All right, we are live and it's been a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and get us our intro started and get into the topic at hand because it's a very serious one, of course. And appreciate you guys tuning in. Love you. Here's the intro. We are MythVision. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Derek Lambert. I am really getting just tired of how horrible some of these belief systems, including Christianity, as I've said before, that's the one I come from. You guys always go, well, talk about something else. Well, I'm beginning to do so, but mind you, this is the world I came out of, right? So something I've learned as a philosophy of mine is I try to find things I have in common with other ideologies, other people's paths, their stories. I try personally to find commonality before I find differences. That's also a difficulty when you want to be critical, because when you want to be critical, you just try to find, well, where do they match? We seek patterns and parallels and things like that in almost everything. We're just pattern-seeking creatures. So I have recently saw in the news, and mind you, I've been super busy. I'm going to fill you guys in on that in a second, but recently with Taliban, right? The Taliban have taken over Afghanistan, or most of these airports and other areas. They're taking over the region. This is, from what I understand, and when I've read some of the Quran, this is exactly what Muhammad probably would have done, right? If he had the power and the capability, this is what he would have done. If he was here today, he would have gone and done this very thing. Why are we knocking these people, right? They're doing exactly what their prophet would have done. What would Jesus do? You know, Christians like to say, that's a tough question to ask, or to answer that question is difficult, because knowing exactly what Jesus did is a problem. But that's a whole nother topic. Let me see what you guys have going on here in the comment section real quick. I love you guys, and I'll let you know what's been going on. Abdullah says, hello, as a welcome family. Hey, what's up, everybody? Amy, Byrne, Deb, David, my brother, what is good? Man, this is going to be, I am ready to kick ass and take names. I'm sick of this crap, man. I recently posted on Facebook, man, all of the gods can get it. All of them. Allah, Yahweh, Jesus, you name it. They can all get it. And what I mean by that is I'm bringing the critical scholarship. I'm bringing the hard thought. I'm going to bring my little poker prodding stick. We're going to jab into these texts, these books, these ideologies, these religions, you name it. And I'm just tired of playing soft Mr. Nice Guy a lot of times with some of these things, because, I mean, let's be real. They're very harmful. Most of them are very harmful. And even when they play it that they're not, what they do to us, they make you feel like you're dung. I saw a recent Christian interview, and a lot of Calvinists teach this too in Christianity. You are nothing. God is everything. You are absolute dung. Your righteousness is filthy rags. Like, you're nothing, and God is everything. Like, I'm tired of thinking that is okay. That is not okay. That is not a way to think. That's not how I stay clean and sober today in my life. That doesn't work for me philosophically. Now, if someone else, like Friedrich Nietzsche, talks about a slave mindset that Christianity is, and so is Islam, you're a slave for Allah. You want to be a slave? I guess if that works for you, whatever floats your boat. But I'm tired of this being pushed on other people, and this is okay. This is supposed to be just accepted because it's religion. No, it's a cult. Cults do this. They force other people into this mindset. And I honestly think I agree with Apostate Prophet on what he said in his recent interview or his video on his channel, where he is actually saying, look, most of the country wants to be under Sharia. They want this. So what are we doing trying to impose it? Now, that doesn't mean everybody there does. I don't get into politics much, but I tell you, I'm not a fan of these ideologies at all. And I want to point out they're humanists. So MythVision decided to order some books, right? This book right here is talking about the foreign vocabulary in the Quran. Well, what would that imply? Well, if there is Aramaic, and this may have shown in this book, there may be some sources that are used to create the Quran. Why would one think Allah wrote this, or it's this perfect book that came down from heaven? I will be interviewing Robert Spencer. I know a lot of people who are ex-Muslims aren't a fan of him. They don't really like what Robert does. I won't get into the details why, but I am interested in the question. So if there are other scholars as well, I'm going to be getting into this book here. Did Muhammad even exist? But also corrections in the early Quran manuscripts. This book right here is going to be pointing out flaws. I think it's best to go to the root of the tree where it's rotten and cut the whole damn thing down. I do the same thing with the Bible, right? I want to show you guys this is a human invention. This is not God or the Holy Spirit really writing these things perfect and it's inerrant and infallible. No, I'm tired of playing that game. I want you guys to see these were men in a certain time and place where these things were good. How are we going to progress in this world when we have medieval ideologies running around trying to force people to stay in those times? So anyway, I'm going to show you guys some pictures of my dad. I'm going to show you guys some stuff that I've been working on and what I plan on doing. And we might have some guests join us here on MythVision today. So with that being said, we got a super chat here. Sid Dave, he says, Taliban takeover of Afghanistan and Kabul gives me an idea on how Muhammad and his bunch of bandits must have taken over Saudi Arabia and Mecca. That would make a lot of sense. These guys are following their prophet. I mean, can you knock them? Well, you can knock the prophet. And to me, I'm going to point out these flaws. I want to look in deep. Now you guys have got my attention. I really, really want to take critical scholarship and point it out. Here's the problem. I will forewarn you guys. This is the first video I myself am doing on this topic to let you guys know it is going to be very difficult to find people who are willing to be openly vocal about Islam. There is so much censorship going on about this religion, this cult, this ideology or ideologies with various groups from Sunni and this, that, all the different groups that are out there, right? I'm going to be doing a deep dive in this as time goes on and hoping that more scholars will point out the flaws, show up, hey, this is a human invention. Let me show you where the Quran borrowed from here. Let me show you where this takes. And I mean, not just say it. Like, I want to show you guys. I want to have experts in the field do this. But it's not going to be easy like it is with Christianity. Christianity's a door open for criticism. It's totally okay. Soon as you start opening your mouth about this particular one, not only are death threats potential, but also the fact that there's like platforms like Twitter and others that are like, no, we're not having that. I'm going to still try to vocalize the best I can using this platform and let you guys see the problems, the flaws, the humanity behind this God-given book. All right, let me see where we at on this. I'm trying to see where you guys are. There's a bunch of comments. What is up, guys? Revenge of Derek. Yes. In the name of Price and his prophet Lambert. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming back. I'm trying to really make some changes happen. I want people to really open up their eyes. It's okay that you want to believe in things, but you have to get with the times. I'm telling you, if you don't, we've got a problem on our hands. If things like what we see happening in Afghanistan potentially spread, that can be a real problem. You know, that's why I take jabs at Scientology and the JWs and the Mormons and stuff. They're a lot less threatening, I would say. Some would argue that's not the case, and you'll be hearing some of that on Sunday. But like Scientology, there's some mob-like stuff that has happened with this particular cult in America. We need to handle this stuff, guys. We need to be critical. We need to help wake people up and say, stay the hell away from this. This is not something that you want to participate in, and give the reasons why. So I'm going to show you guys real quick a picture of my father. My father, I love my dad, man. He is a beast when it comes to things. He was Green Beret in the Special Forces. Real quick, here's my dad holding a Bowie knife, okay? He's in Afghanistan right here in this image. That Bowie knife, I don't know, probably could go for a couple $1,000 on the market right now. But supposedly it was used on someone when they were over there. Don't know exactly the truth of the matter, and I don't know if I should even be saying that. But here's Dad setting up some C4. This is my father. You know, he's a Master Sergeant, Green Beret in the Special Forces, retired now. But he was over there, and he did many tours. Let me show you guys another one here of my dad. Here he is with an Afghani soldier who's actually on the side of the U.S. in this particular situation. I believe it's Afghani, I believe this is one of their soldiers here. But my dad on the left, and I don't even know if you're allowed to even see these damn pictures, but I have them because I'm his son. And the last one I want to show you guys of my dad here, one of his buddies took a picture of him setting up. There he is. I went over in 2010. I was in Bagram, Afghanistan, which is like, it's not as crazy, but I remember being drunk one night. We could sneak alcohol. You're not allowed to drink in their countries, but that's also against their religion as well, by the way, to be getting drunk and drinking. But I worked in the mail room, and we had a bunch of boxes that would come in, and alcohol would break. I think loved ones were sending it to their soldiers, and we had to throw it away, or they would get in trouble with the local military person who would find out who the guy was or whatever. They would try to retrieve the package. So I would keep some of this alcohol when it would need to either be taken to them, so they'd throw it away, or maybe some general would sip on it. I don't know. But I'd take it back, and I got a little drunk one night, and I went to use the restroom, and they would hire these people off base to come on to the base to clean the restrooms. And I remember talking to the guy drunk one night, and I said, I got to ask you a question, man. Seriously, how many wives do you have? And this is like the manager of the guys in the restroom. And he was like, I have 4, I think, or 3. I can't remember. It was definitely more than 1. I said, dude, we can barely handle 1. Like, how do you have 3? He's like, I get them all the same things. He had broken English, but he could understand me enough. And we just laughed, and there was this humanity there where we were just kind of laughing and enjoying each other's company. But I thought to myself, man, if the ideology of Islam was not something that factored into their mind, not only would he probably not have 3 or 4 wives, but there would be a lot more, I think, in common. And there wouldn't be this many problems happening with such a teaching. That's my opinion. There's so much to this, guys. Look, people are commenting here. Welcome, everybody. Love you guys. Nathan, the bar is a lot higher for the Quran than the Bible, too. You're right, Nathan. The problem is most people don't see this logical conclusion here, but like once you've already dissected the Abrahamic, Judaism and then Christianity, inevitably the Jenga tower, you're pulling the blocks out of the base. Islam comes down with that, but it seems like people will divorce those two, and it's like you got to handle the Quran itself. It's like dealing with Mormons, right? If I do all this with the Old Testament or the New, and then all of a sudden the Mormons are like, well, you didn't read Joseph Smith. Okay, you don't know what his teachings are. You have to particularly deal with theirs, right? I want to flip that over as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, I did a trip prior to my little 20-something days off from doing lives with you guys to Dr. Joshua Bowen. And we did another like 15, 20 videos. I haven't edited. Those will be on my Patreon for those who are Patreon members early. They'll be slowly released over time onto YouTube. And there's so many other ones I can't even begin to tell you guys how many I have. But I want you guys to know I really am about to hit the ground running. We're going to do a lot more lives. We're going to do a lot more content. I want to do a lot more traveling and getting more content with scholars. If you know scholars in the field of Islam, if you know experts in the field, or you're aware of a book or a particular one, please email me, Derek@MythVisionPodcast.com. I'm looking for critical. I'm looking for serious people who know they know their stuff about the Quran. They know their stuff about Islam. That's what I'm interested in. I hear a lot of them will avoid certain YouTube channels because all they want to do is attack. But no, I really want to dissect their books. I want to show humanity in them, because the problem is they think this thing's perfect. They think the Quran is 100% accurate. But if you can show the building blocks of such a book and religion, then technically you showed how it was made. This is what we do with the Old Testament and the New Testament. So people can go, whoa, this is not that magical book I once thought it was. And it's a growing religion, man. We need to educate more people on this. So 100%, that is what I want to do. Email me if you know in particular. All right. So I'm sending out this link, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to allow you guys, if you want, you're more than welcome to join me. Pop on if you want to. Here is the live. I'm sending this out. Nathan, if you want to pop on, feel free. I commented the link. You guys can join me live right now. I haven't been live in a while. I have a video that I'm going to be showing you guys. For the past 20-something days, I've been working on my house. And I know this is irrelevant to the topic of Islam, but I want you to know, for about 1.5 years since COVID hit, I had family that was living with me. We had a desperate situation happen for about 1.5 years. There was no income for them. Really, really tough times. I had 11 people living in my 3-bedroom house. The house was a disaster. My kids went to go to their grandmother's for the summer. And while they were gone, me and my wife surprised our children, and we remodeled. They have their own bedroom now. They don't have to sleep 3 kids in one bed. Like, it is unbelievable what we did to the house. So sorry for being gone so long, but I'm back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who in the hell are these guys? No, I'm just kidding. What is up, y'all? Welcome.
Yeah. Hey, man. How's it going?
Hey, I'm excited, man. I needed that little break to do what I did and to focus on my family and to get my kids happy. Their jaws were dropped when they saw the bedroom. I hooked it up.
It looks like you've done up your background as well. Put some shelves up, lights and things.
Yeah. Those were already there. Ben, if that was you that just tried to pop in, man, please come back. I don't know, but someone was on here for a second. I was hoping that they would stick around. So, yeah, man, I had, like, during this 20-something days been thinking about how serious what we're doing is and why it's necessary that we keep educating and being critical. I mean, no, I don't want to be this guy where you, like, I know people are going to think no matter what, when you say you're critical, you're going to just hate on us. You just want to hate on the religion. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't care if you think that. That's fine. You go ahead and think that. I'm sick and tired of seeing what it's doing to people. And I know for a fact there's a better way of life. I know for a fact there are better ways of living than having to sit here and have your nose in a book and have a guy stand behind a pulpit or sit here and tell you that this age-old book is the answers to all life. No, there's philosophy. You are big into that. Like, I'm not. But there are things that are better than the age-old book telling you this is what you should follow. And I think the Taliban, man, I'm going to bat for them. I think these guys, of course, I totally despise everything they stand for, okay? But I'm going to bat for them, saying I think they're trying to be true to their text. I honestly think they're probably trying to be faithful to the Quran and the Hadith and their story of their Muhammad and all that stuff. I bet you anything. So, yeah, I don't know. You want to comment?
Yeah, I would. I don't know if Dave wants to say hi, though. I'm happy for that, or to comment. Oh no, he's popped off. So, yeah, I'm also very upset by some of the things that you can kind of see going on. Like, I sort of keep checking people's, like, you know, the Snapchat map, like on the Snap stories in Afghanistan, and going around and trying to see what's going on. But some of the things that I've seen have upset me to do with that there's been reports of people being killed in, like, Kandahar cricket ground, people who've been who were fighting for the Afghan National Army, who have been taken out of their homes in some places. Oh, I think Derek's gone. Oh,
no. I'm giving you the spotlight, baby.
And then I've seen even, people who are obviously criminals, so people who have been like stealing and stuff, but the way that that's been dealt with under the new regime, like having their faces blackened and tied up and stuff. And I mean, all that stuff really upsets me. Now, within that, there's obviously people in different parts of the Islamic community, and even the people who are fighting against the Taliban are Muslim as well, and they'll say, well, their interpretation of Sharia is wrong and all that.
Right.
But I think the problem is that there's clearly just not a very good or reliable way to, because I mean, the Taliban's interpretation of Sharia is going to differ from even surrounding nations who implement Sharia. But the problem is this underlying, like, well, firstly, that's miles off what we all sort of agree to as being good in terms of basic morality, basic human rights, and so forth. Like, especially hopefully, I'm hoping the younger generations who have experienced some of that are going to see that and not want to kind of live that way. But the second part is that thing about how good of a method is it for getting at truth, considering just how differently all these people are interpreting it. I mean, all coming out with horrific, they're all hanging like gay people or, chopping people's arms off for getting tattoos or whatever, which is just horrific. But, I agree with you that I want to be realistic. Like, I mean, how much am I really able to do with like a small YouTube channel, for example? But when I see that stuff, I'm like, well, that would be a real good that I hope can come out of my channel if I can just get some people to like doubt this crap and not live that way. Because I mean, you see some of those people, and they're clearly just caught up in these like bad ideas, historical effects of like where they're born and stuff, and all they need is some basic questions that I think it would kind of fall apart, or a lot of their thinking around a lot of their thinking that's informing that stuff. I don't know, maybe it's probably a lot more difficult and complicated than that, but I would definitely like to contribute in that small way of trying to get people to question those things.
Well, look, I got a great comment right here by Shadan Shan. I hope I'm saying your name right. Derek, you've made me become more of a liberal Muslim. Like, and that to me is great, because I know how difficult it is in your mind to let go of such a strict position. I was a hardcore Calvinist. I cannot tell you. The recent show that you saw on Pine Creek, I loved it. When he used R.C. Sproul to point out, about God. Look, that was this guy. I was trying to say, I don't know how much I swallowed that pill, that I would have seen a family member in hell and been glad at God's justice. Get the hell out of my face. Today, no. Okay.
Yeah, so messed up,
it sickens me. Yeah, it's disgusting. And so, yeah. But Sid, did you want to say something? I'm sorry if I cut you off, man. Welcome to MythVision.
Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks for, I think I've been following your podcast for a while. So I think
man.
I found it like 2 weeks ago. And yeah, I'll just give a very brief background about myself so that people know about me at least. So,
Okay.
I mean, I've been an atheist for nearly over a decade now. I mean, I was born in Hinduism, but I mean, I realized that the gods were probably imaginary a long time ago, that they were made up. But really, I mean, I've been, over the past 6-7 years, I've certainly been doing a lot of research on Islam because of really the impact that it has globally. And what really happened in Afghanistan, I mean, it's sad because that's where, the West has to really think about. I mean, you talked about the Pew survey, right, where people there wanted these laws, right? They wanted Sharia law. They wanted death penalty for apostasy. And this was when America was already there. So they had been exposed to some of the Western ideas already in the last 20 years. They had people getting educated. And despite all of that, they held to those beliefs. So how can sometimes you think about, like, we're trying to help these people, but are they ready to even accept this help? And unfortunately, I think now we will see Afghanistan becoming, I think the status of women would be worse than it was in 7th century Arabia. It'll be worse than that. And it's very unfortunate. And one feels sad, like, because you don't know where. One day you want to think like, okay, we should help the women there. We should fight the Taliban, get rid of them, install a secular government. But well, what the people like, the people there don't really want it. So what do you do? And now we know it would become a terror heaven, really.
Yeah, why would you fork all sorts of money and energy and resources when we have enough problems ourselves to try and force that? But dude, it's such a hard there's no black or white on this. It's like so gray in so many ways, different shades, 50 shades of gray, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, I'm with you. I'm kind of like, in my mind, man, this is why I do what I do, because as much as this is an apolitical channel, by the way. I don't get into all the politics. I am so for educating people so that they can go, okay, what have I been told about the Quran? The Quran is the holy book. It is the word of Allah. Like, it is the truth, and everything in it is accurate. And everything in it's true. There's no error, blah, 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 which you typically hear from almost every Muslim. Yeah.
Yep.
So when you look at it and I can go, what do you do with this? What do you do with that? How do you do this? That is going to be my mission.
And the thing is, the standard, when you talk to these guys, literally the only leg they've got to stand on, because they want to get to Islam, like all of the kind of rationalization that philosophy will be used for, the Kalam, the cosmological argument, etc. They get you to this general deism. They want Islam specifically, right? And all they've got is the Quranic miracle. There's no other explanation for this text and the chiasms that we see, or the concentric ring patterns and stuff, than that it came from divinity. And it's absolutely crap. Like, I could do I can come up with a better job right now. I could invent a language where I shift a bunch of syllables around and embed some, vague mathematical pattern in there. I could put modern physics equations in there. Yeah, it's crap, and that's all that. And they're basing all of
the claim that Big Bang is in the Quran and all this kind of stuff, like, it's laughable when you read that verse. And multiples of, I think there's a miracle that a lot of Muslim apologists say, this miracle of 19, that when you multiply, everything comes out to be a multiple of 19. How could someone have done that? I mean, seriously, dude, like, did Muhammad know about this miracle?
19. Yeah.
Did Muhammad even know about this miracle? That did the early Muslims know about this, or you're discovering it now? So yeah, I mean, I think just by doing the research that I have done on Islam, it seems to me like the problem with Islam is, like, it's really like a political system. Muhammad was really like the Genghis Khan of the Arabs, but the difference is he did all this in the form of a religious prophet. Now, Genghis Khan was not a religious prophet, but like Muhammad was exactly like him. But the difference is he claimed that, I'm succeeding these biblical figures that he had heard of from his interactions with Christians and Jews. And basically, if you read the Quran, it contains all these vague stories. It seems like these stories were floating around about Jesus. Like, even the stories about Jesus are false. Like, it says that he spoke in the cradle, and he's talking to his mom. Hey, mom, I'm a prophet of Allah, and I've got the Gospels and all this stuff. And you can clearly figure out this was derived from the infancy Gospel stories. And it's very difficult to comprehend why would anyone believe this. You can clearly see plagiarism here in the book, but unfortunately, since the way Muslims treat it is basically a constitution, like, it's a constitution.
And then here's the problem, Sid. This is the problem. If you don't read Arabic, shut the hell up. It's like, where do you draw the line? That's why this book right here I just bought, The Foreign Vocabulary of the Quran. It's by author Jeffrey. He's a PhD, professor of Semitic Languages, School of Oriental Studies in Garo. And I believe he goes into showing Aramaic source. So, like, you want to pretend that you need to be Arabic speaker, but like, your book itself is compiled with source material directly from Aramaic sources. So you want to talk about Arabic? No, you need to know Aramaic in order to get to the bottom of what your book is talking about. And it's a lot of interesting stuff that I want to undermine that whole fundamentalist approach to the Quran,
Well,
I think that'll be great. Sure, go ahead.
One of the things that was interesting, like when I went on EF Dawah last time, is they have these stock people that they bring up. It's kind of like the way Christian apologists will do. They'll say, well, William Lane Craig's, figured out this stuff to do with the Kalam, and Mike Lycona's done this stuff to do with the Bible or whatever. Go and listen to him. So this guy they pointed to, like Professor Raymond Farrin, who's meant to be a Westerner who studied the Quran, and then the Quranic miracles so convincing that he became a Muslim off the back of it. And then the hilarious thing is, they clearly have no idea what the guy believes or thinks about the Quran, because they're like, it's this unique miracle. And then there's all these clips of him at Q&A sessions where he's saying, there's all these features in the Quran that come from literary cultures that predate Islam. So it's not like this unique Quranic miracle. It's like there's chiasms and things in there that are found in similar and prior cultures and earlier texts. So,
what do you do when you find Mr. Potato Head everywhere else prior to this book? Are you going to assume, well, it's like the whole argument that one or two of the early church fathers that I'm aware of mentioned, why does Jesus have similarities to Apollo and other deities? And they're like, well, Satan knew beforehand and, tricked everybody. Or the other option is saying something like, well, because it's true, but this is the true one. So, there's always this like excuse, but I'd rather educate people. Maybe they'll leave it. Is your girlfriend trying to steal you from me?
I'm going to go and have tea. Maybe if you're still live, maybe I'll come back in. But yeah,
okay.
I'll see you in a bit.
No problem. Peace, brother.
Thanks, Sid, as well. See you in a bit. Bye.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm sending that link out again, Sid, just to let everybody know. If you want to, you're more than welcome to join me live here on MythVision. Today is the first day back after 20-something days of remodeling the house with the family. The kids practically crap themselves at how cool their bedrooms were. Anyway, what do you think about that, Sid? Do you think taking on the foundations and seeing how the building blocks of such a thing is?
Yes, very much. I think I agree. I think that'll be great if we start from if you do how this entire thing was built about in those 20 years, because I do believe that Muhammad was a real person. I don't think he was, to say that he was mythical or something. I think we can be pretty sure there was some such person, because such a big impact is happening just after he dies. But if you read the Quran, it calls Alexander the Great a Muslim. It plagiarizes all these stories, mythical stories about Alexander the Great. We know that's not true. And obviously it's basically plagiarizing all this different kind of stuff from Christian and Jewish scriptures. And I think if you can do an expose of all that, how it's basically taking all these stories and building upon that, I think that'll be I think a very good thing. That's the only way you can really disprove this book.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure I haven't uncovered. There's many approaches we can take, and I'm sure we're going to, as I discuss this, the way that women are treated. Now, we're taking modern morality and we're going to, obviously, in this particular region, the Western world, and that enough. You could take that kind of approach and show the morality that we live in versus, medieval or even 7th century AD morality in the Middle East. And that alone should make you go, why would I want to believe this book? Or I could do the same thing with the Old Testament, right? So if someone wanted to throw at you, why are you picking on this book? That happens all the time, by the way. Why do you pick on Christianity? You don't do anyone else. Then I do an Old Testament show, and I'm like, I've got 100 that I deal with the Old Testament. Then I hear, why do you pick on the Old Testament? Why don't you pick on Christianity? And now it's going to probably be the same thing from a person who practices and is a serious fundamentalist. Why are you talking about this book? Why don't you talk about something else? You got to ignore that stuff. But I point out, when you break this down and you show the problems with the prophet, you show the problems with the morality and why this wouldn't work in modern day, they're expecting you to pretty much go back to the book. Serious fundamentalists want you to follow what the book says. And I think that's probably, I keep coming back to this, but I think that's why the Taliban are doing what they're doing, the way they're interpreting this text. Are they being more true to what their prophet would have done if he was here today than what typical Muslims would be doing? You see? So the problem is going to the source. Lots of people go, well, they're not real Christians because Jesus wouldn't have done that. Okay. Let's look at what Muhammad did. Let's look at what Muhammad is, what he was, and what would he do if he was here today? What group would he be part of? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. As I said, for me, I always thought of him as the Genghis Khan of the Arabs, who united the Arabs under started really this empire. Basically, he was basically, by the end of his life, the emperor of Arabia, really a de facto emperor of Arabia. And then I think, based on some of the research that I did, he was not the only person who was really claiming to be a prophet as well. And I think someone else pointed out in the chat too, there were multiple such individuals who were claiming to be prophets, and Muhammad was just one of them. It's just that he's the one who prevailed over the other ones. And that's why Muslims came up with this idea that he's the last and final one, because they didn't want anyone else to be raising an army and challenging them.
Right.
And you see, this claim has now claiming lives in so many places around the world, because Muslims persecute all those. Like in Iran, they persecute the Baha'i sect because they claim that there may have been a revelation after Muhammad. And in Pakistan, the Ahmadi sect is really persecuted because they believe there may have been a prophet or some kind of a minor revelation. So this claim, like, which was basically made in order to avoid any kind of political battles and like to prevent any other prophet claimants from challenging the Muslims, now this is what the effect it is having all over the world, where people are being denied their rights. So I think that'll be great if we can do like from the building blocks how this ideology was built, how its doctrines came about, like how it's completely false because it's a political ideology at the end, and it's different. That's why I feel it's a little different from other religions. It's like from Christianity, because Christians were able to separate church and state. That's a good thing. All other religions,
or they can now. They can now. See,
they can
yeah,
now.
I have to say there's a lot of similarities, a lot, and that's what I want to point out too. Like I always take jabs at so many different things, but I definitely want to show the buildup of these things. What's up, Ben? What's going on, man?
What's good, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, a little bit, kind of like a bass sound, but either way, we can tolerate it.
Okay, I can get my earphones if it's better. You let me know.
Yeah. If you want to, you could try that. But go ahead. What do you got going for us, man?
You know what I find interesting about Islam is what they have to say about Jesus. You know, they deny the whole resurrection thing. The Quran says that it was made to appear. I don't know the exact quote, but it says that it was made to appear that he died, but he didn't. You know, that's the most interesting thing I find about Islam, and it takes you down all sorts of rabbit holes. Like there's this whole thing about Jesus moving to the Middle East and then moving to India. Sorry, not in the Middle East. It was in the Middle East. Moved to India and then traveled all over. They call him Saint Isa. That's the term that, right? I think Dave knows a lot more about Islam. That's just something I wanted to contribute.
I'm from India. I think that's what the Ahmadiyya sect believes. Like they were a sect. Look, every religion that originates, they try to localize it. So people in India, they came up with this idea that, oh, Jesus came to India, he survived the crucifixion, and he died in Kashmir, because they wanted to somehow show that that's a lie. That's not true. That's a completely fake lie. It's as ridiculous as Muhammad saying that Abraham came to Mecca and established the Kaaba. That's everyone tries to localize their religions, you know.
You notice something too, that like Josephus, for example, when you talked about earlier that Muhammad or the Quran, I don't know if it's Quran or Hadith, but they're trying to say Alexander the Great was also a Muslim. When you notice everyone's trying to co-opt this guy, because the Jews did this. Josephus is saying in his own writings, oh, did you know that the book of Daniel was presented to Alexander the Great, showing these prophecies are about you? Now, this is obviously nowhere in the Bible itself saying, hey, Alexander the Great, was given this book to show you these prophecies. It's an apologetic by Josephus, I believe, trying to show, hey, look, the book of Daniel's older than you think. Quit trying to put it in the 2nd century under Antiochus Epiphanes. This is something that's going back to the 6th century Babylonian captivity times. This is authentic. I think they're doing the same thing. They're just picking up the same tricks that are being laid down on the ground by the same guys. It's Abrahamic religions have been doing this since day one. And I don't think it's just Abrahamic religions. I mean, they picked it up from other brother and sister types of ideologies, if I understand that correctly. So this is something to look into, though. The whole, why did they say he didn't die? Is it because they want Jesus to be somewhere in specific, or would the motivation be, we don't want him to be a man who bears sin as if he's the son of God? We can't have him as the son of God because Allah has no son. What is their motivation behind him not actually being killed? Or at least crucified. Why what's the real motivation behind it? Not what they say, okay, but like really what's behind it? Why did they not want him to be crucified in their own book?
Dave, you go first. I want to get my info.
I think my understanding is, I'm no expert on Islam, but my understanding is Muhammad was in contact with, like, he lived in Arabia. He was outside, obviously, the Roman Empire. So he was the sect of Christianity he was exposed to was not the mainstream Christianity of the Roman Empire. He was exposed to what is said was Nestorian Christianity, where he learned all these stories about, okay, Jesus making birds from clay, and him speaking to his mom in the cradle, him being born of a virgin. So that made sense to him. But I think probably the sect he came across told him that, okay, he wasn't really crucified and went directly into heaven, and he just simply adopted it. He had no access to, like, the real gospels that the Christians actually followed. He just knew about these out stories about him. Okay, so he thought, okay, hey, this was like some kind of and he also did not understand the Christian Trinity. He thought that the Christian Trinity was God having sex with the Virgin Mary to give this birth to the son called Jesus, because he was a pagan and that's what the pagans believed in. So he thought that the Christian Trinity also operated in the same way, and he was wrong there, because that's not Christians. That's not ever any sect of Christianity ever believed.
I heard that Muhammad came from a Catholic family. So is that true?
I don't think so. He was a pagan, I think, but we cannot historically prove if he was some kind of a Christian at some point of time in his life. But from what I do know, he was married to his first wife was this woman, very rich woman called Khadija, who may have been some kind of a Christian. And from what I also know was that his marriage to this woman was also performed by a Christian priest called Waraka ibn Nawfal, who is thought of as one of the inspirations for Muhammad to get all these stories. So, obviously, we cannot historically prove that Muhammad was ever kind of a Christian. We don't have the documents for that. But we can probably guess from history that he must have been, I think he probably got learned about these stories and probably got disillusioned later on and thought, okay, well, how can God let a prophet die? So he eventually came up with this idea, or through his interaction with Christians, that, okay, he was a prophet because he doesn't disrespect Jesus in the Quran. He respects him. And in the Quran, he's like respected, but he's like obviously just a prophet and nothing else. But the difference is they do believe in the second coming of Jesus.
Yeah.
So that means, which is weird. They don't believe in the second coming of Muhammad. So I think the whole Islamic faith is completely based, in my view, on the complete fundamental misunderstanding of Christianity.
Oh man, dude, bringing up the second coming destroys their entire ideology just right there in my mind, because the whole idea of a return of Jesus and whatnot, there's no reason outside of the first century to believe that this was going to be way down into the future, or even 7 centuries or beyond, that the second coming was still something to come. People push it off because that's what every failed prophecy does. You always push it off into the future. But the idea that Jesus was supposed to return, or there was supposed to be a final doomsday event, that was expected back then. There's like over 100 very clear passages that give the idea it is the last hour. The night is far spent. The day is about to happen. It is about to go down. Look at Revelation, even chapter 1. It talks about write these things which must soon take place. And then at the very end, he says, look, man, do not seal up the words of this scroll, the angel says to John. He says, for these things are about to take place. Behold, I'm coming quickly, and I will not tarry. Like, it's any day now. And Christians are like, oh, any day now. They're reading the text and then like moving them 2,000 years like that, and then going, any day now, like today. And you're not even realizing, like, it was the guy writing then, like not to you today. But yeah, that's just context, like, who is the audience relevance here? What audience is he talking to? He's talking to at least the 7 churches in Asia Minor, not in Alabama or in Tennessee. This is obviously late first century documentation, and that's the best you have, not 7 centuries. And the fact that Islam is using that as if it's still yet a future thing just goes to show you the faceplant of such ideologies. I mean, there's so many ways to tackle it. So I do want to get an expert, particularly in Islam, because I'm not, to dissect this. But it just is hilarious. They think that Jesus will return again one day. That alone right there does it for me. It's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, but Yeah, sure. But their version of Jesus is very different from what the Christian version is. He's very different to the Taliban version. He will come and destroy the cross. He will supposedly fight against Gog and Magog, like which were basically captured by Alexander the Great, who is also a Muslim, as I described earlier. So it's preposterous, but unfortunately, people believe this. So, yeah.
And
So
it's all, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So, Christ is Victor, my friend. Christ said, "No one knows the day and the hour." So your point is invalid. Laugh out loud. Everyone, laugh at me, please. Everyone, right now in the chat and here, Pine Creek, please laugh at me. Welcome to the channel, Pine Creek, because this is the second coming of Jesus here. No, but seriously, if you look at critical scholarship, 2 Peter 3, there's a lot of good reasons to say the reason why no one knows the day or hour, not even Jesus, is because it didn't happen yet. And in 2 Peter 3, when he talks about, a day is as 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day, Eusebius himself thought this book was a forgery. So when you start looking at this stuff and you go, why did this book get written? Well, in the last days, there will be mockers and scoffers saying, when will his coming be? Everything's remained since our fathers fell asleep, since the beginning of time. Oh, that's because it's never happened, and it won't happen because, well, it will one day, because a day is as 1,000 years, 1,000 years is a day. We don't have a damn clue what we're talking about, really, because it's not going to happen. Anyway, Pine Creek, welcome to the channel. Ben, Sid, you guys should know Pine Creek by now, I'm sure.
I've seen him around a couple of times. Yeah.
Yep.
Ben, Sid are atheist or no?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. Yeah, me too.
I'm not one. I wouldn't call myself. I don't have a name for what I subscribe to, but I definitely think that there's some kind of creational force that brought us here. That's where I'm at the moment.
Okay. Just believe in me, man. Just believe in me.
Yeah. And I've been spamming your email with all this extraterrestrial stuff because I have this whole. I've been in the exopolitics. Like I've been looking into the ufology space, especially the Billy Meyer case. I don't know if you looked at the Billy Meyer case.
No.
I've been spamming you with emails. It's a very interesting story about, basically he claims he's been having contact with extraterrestrials.
There's a guy I'm going to interview, maybe if he'll come on. He claims to have been visited in 1980 something, 70 something. I can't remember. This is a real, like a serious, huge cult, over 100,000 followers or something. And I've got one of his friends or fans have been his fans since 1974 or something. I can't remember, but I hope to interview him at some point. We'll definitely talk about that. But Pine Creek, I got to ask him. We got to stick on topic here. What do you think is going on with this whole thing? Like, what are your thoughts about the Taliban? What are your thoughts about the situation over here in Afghanistan? What are your thoughts about Islam?
That's a pretty broad question.
I know.
Islam is a knockoff of Christianity and Judaism, and that's about it. What's my views on the Taliban? Not surprising. U.S. pulls out, someone else is going to pull in. Oh, that sounds a little euphemistic.
PG-18, actually. What the?
So it's no surprise. What was I going to say? I wanted to back up a little bit when you talked about Jesus not knowing the hour. When I was a Christian, I never really thought about that too deeply. But that's a plot hole in the Trinity, I really do believe. Because we're talking about knowledge of important future events, and you have one being. Does different personalities also shut off that omniscience? Right. Well,
he limits his own. Yeah, like how do you limit your own unlimitedness? I mean, obviously, it's ridiculous, but yeah.
Or is it a plot hole in the sense that Jesus does limit his omniscience, or does he really not know? And it's not him limiting himself. Like these are things I don't think Christians really think about that deeply.
Well, I got to say this. This is something I've come to realize as we start to when you get more picky about what you can actually look at these texts and say, and you're able to look at them critically. I don't think Jesus ever said any of this. If there really was a guy, okay, I think the author, Mark, is saying, well, the evidence that the end is about to happen is this temple just got destroyed. Look at what God's already doing, right? Here it is. Any moment now. But when he's writing it, it hasn't happened yet. So the author Mark puts in the mouth of Jesus, look, the day or hour, I don't even know, but it's going to happen soon. It's going to happen sometime within this time frame of this generation. I can't tell you the day or hour. I'm not sure. But the signs are here. Like the temple's destroyed. All this stuff is evidence, supposedly, that it's about to happen. And the next thing you know, you get this doozy 2 Peter take on. And it's like, listen, mockers and scoffers are mocking and saying, when is this coming going to happen? You guys said it was going to happen. It hasn't happened. Well, it's already pushing the date off ambiguously and saying, God's time's different than our time, so don't get your panties in a bunch. Just stay faithful, guys. And out of nowhere, like a thief in the night, it's just going to happen, and you'll least expect it, but it's going to happen. That's the way I understand that makes the most sense to me.
But what's interesting about all that is it kind of makes the dating of, let's say, Mark, Matthew around 65 to 85, because if it was much later than that, which Robert Price believes, I think, why would they leave that stuff in? Why not edit it out?
So you would put Mark or Luke, and because this is where it gets the part that gets tricky is the Luke and the Matthew thing. If you're a Mark and priority guy, I don't have a problem with saying Mark was written 75, 80 in that range, definitely after the war, but in that range, it's soon. That's a great point as to why did the synoptics still use that? And if you look, though, what I found interesting about this, if you look at Matthew and Luke, it's still, though it carries the elements, it's still starting to divorce itself. At least Luke is, I think, divorce itself from the seriousness that we find in like Matthew and Mark. So I think Matthew's piggybacking off Mark within a decade. That's my opinion. So I would put Matthew in the 90s at best, maybe. Not 100% sure on that.
Oh, really? That late?
I would say, yeah, at least some form of it, because I see a lot of replacement theology in Matthew, where the church or this new people of God have replaced Israel. They're the new Israel. There will be people from the West and the East that will come afar, and they'll come and sit at the seat or at the table with Abraham. He's kicking out the old tenured people of the vineyard, if you will. He's bringing in new people of God. That's the way I look at it.
But in Matthew 16:28, it says, truly I tell you, some who are standing here shall not. If Matthew was written in 90,
Yes.
let's say,
Yes,
why not pencil that out?
that's a great point. Look at Matthew 10, right? In Matthew 10, I believe he also says, you will not have gone through all the cities in Israel before the Son of Man have come. So like Jesus doesn't just say like, all right, there's this great commission. Like it seems there's this element in Matthew that he thinks that you guys will not have even gone through all of Israel yet. We're not talking about Rome. We're not talking about Paul's mission. We're talking about here, just our own Jews. Like you will not have even finished that before the Son of Man comes. That's in Matthew. So I think that there's potential tradition or potential actual roots to some of this that are possible that go back earlier. I don't think that what we see in Matthew is what was finalized and written the first time it was written down, just like John had 3 layers for sure. So there might be earlier stuff still in it. Why didn't they erase that? That's a great question, because then by like 120, you still have like people in the church that are still trying to figure out what text belongs and what doesn't. Why didn't they just scratch that out since they're already copying this stuff? To them, they kept it all in. So I don't know why they would have just kept all this material, because anyone critical would look at this and go, this is a problem. This is a problem. It's writing back then. Why are we still using this today? So I don't know.
And all these problems, I think, led up to Islam. Islam was trying to correct some of these problems and didn't like the idea of the Trinity and thought that was a problem. So let's do this right. Let's have a final revelation where things are a little clearer, a little less muddy, a little newer, more improved. And therefore
I do agree there's a political aspect to it for them in that region for sure.
Yeah, get some power.
This is where I think that Jesus himself, though, might be a political movement. This is the complex part.
He was a Republican, right?
He was a Democrat.
Yeah, what was he? I like entertaining the idea, trying to figure out what Jesus actually said or did, right? I like to entertain it and think, was there really potentially a threatening movement here, like these other movements? Simon, what is his name? I can't even think. I literally drew a blank. The guys in Acts that are mentioned here go down to the Jordan River. The walls of Jerusalem are gonna fall. Go to Mount Gerizim. The Samaritan said that where Moses buried the treasures or whatnot, you're gonna find the old Torah or something like this. Like these militant type movements, I wonder if Jesus was one like that. And Muslims, I've seen debate this, where they actually try to bring up those passages where Jesus did not bring a peace. He came to bring a sword. What did that mean? Is that just like a division, like a metaphor of a word saying, well, he just came to divide the sheep from the goats ideologically? Or is it saying, I'm bringing a damn sword, man, and that sword is going to be an army of God that's going to come and defeat the Romans? It's an interesting question, but I don't know the answer to it. There's too many things to think.
Well, much of pacifism in the world has come from a certain version of Christianity, which would go against that.
Right. That's because the New Testament is not one voice. It's so many voices. That's the problem I see. John, what is up, man? Welcome.
Hi, Derek. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hi, John.
Hi.
John's
I don't know
bringing,
John.
Oh, John's bringing Thor and Odin to the fight. He's going to kick Allah's ass.
Oh, he's
today.
a Norse god believer?
Oh, yeah, in
No.
European religions. But yeah, so one thing people don't realize is that Muslims believe Allah wrote the Old Testament and New Testament. He decided what was in it, and it could not be corrupted. But then on the other hand, they say, but even though it says Jesus was crucified, he wasn't. So to me, you talk about big things, Derek, that stand out. The Jesus, returning. The fact that Allah wrote the Bible and yet they dismiss what was written in the Bible just seems a bit.
They don't dismiss all of it.
But the Allah cannot be corrupted. What he writes cannot be corrupted, and yet he decided what was in the Bible, and yet Muslims then say.
There's so many contradictions. And they even say that with regards to Jesus, they say that God made it look like Jesus died on the cross, but he didn't really. So it's like God is now deceiving us. So what kind of a God is this? He's a liar now. And all the confusion that's been created after the crucifixion with Jesus dying on the cross, the Muslims, Christians, the Jews, they're all fighting now, waiting for Jesus to return. They all have different takes on who the man is. So Allah is the God of confusion now. That's what I'm seeing in the Quran.
To me, it's you can tell it's man-made. But I mean, if we go back to your original question, Derek, is like, how do we convince what's going on in Afghanistan and all that, the whole regions and Pakistan and places like that, these Islamic states? How do we convince them that maybe the path they're going down isn't the right path? I don't think attacking the Quran is the right way to do it, or attacking the religion. Mm-hmm. But then how do you stop a religion that is the state, that has laws in saying if you convert, that's illegal?
Why isn't attacking the religion a good idea?
But it isn't a good idea. That's what I'm saying. If you want to convert people who are part of that religion in a state where it's illegal to convert, attacking the religion, I don't think is the right way to go about it, because then anybody who supports you from within the state would be deemed as doing something illegal.
But if you do it quietly, like you're talking about states where they kill apostates, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. And I'd imagine the Taliban is one of those states, or will be running states like that. So, I think the critical thinking is the way to go, education. But then how do you educate people when they're in, again, they don't encourage a decent level of education, and certainly not.
Well, if you're not open to the idea that you may be wrong, then you're in tough shape.
Exactly. So how do we change their mind? I mean, how did you, Derek? How did your mind change?
That's the thing I'm trying to, I guess the way I would put this, as blunt as I can, is you almost have to have zero empathy in terms of giving a shit on what they think, whether they think, like, I don't care if they go, well, that makes me angry. I don't like that you said that. Like, I wasn't convinced to leave Christianity when I was a Christian because, I was watching these atheists come on and bash William Lane Craig in a debate and call him out for being, hypocritical, or hey, you're definitely contradicting yourself and your God is a liar, your God's an evil God or whatever. Like, that didn't convince me to leave Christianity. That never did. What ultimately did was being able to question deep down, and I was able to get there. However, I needed to know what I needed to have those guys to go to when I was able to question. Nothing you ever said convinced me. But when I knew that I could question my own faith by whatever reason it was that slowly tiptoed me in that direction to go, let me actually be critical here for a second. Why do I believe this anymore? Like, something happened, the light bulb went off, and of course, addiction played a role into why I was able to do. I wouldn't do that if it weren't for the fact that I had addiction and was able to test those things. So I just say that to say, once I was able to question it, I needed to know the vocal people. If they weren't vocal, I wouldn't have gone to their videos and said, you know what, let me listen to this guy one more time. I did not like you the first go around, like Dr. Robert M. Price. I did not like him. The way he debated William Lane Craig, he tried to like beat him up. And I was like, I don't like this guy. William Lane Craig was my apologist. And then eventually I'm like, hold on, how did this table turn on me like this? I needed to be able to know these guys were vocal, but I wanted to hear what they had to say. And it wasn't to see how they were wrong. It was to see, could they be right? And so I feel like you have to say what you have to say, and you have to vocalize, even if it won't penetrate that state or whatever. At some point, you hope maybe someone will hear something, and maybe somehow it'll break through. That's just my opinion, but I'm not an expert on knowing psychologically how to penetrate an extreme mindset like that, when I myself know that I would have never been able to reach me through my own channel. There would have been no way I would have been able to communicate myself 9 years ago and convince myself of what I know now.
Ooh, that's a pretty major statement.
I would.
I mean, it's like when you've been in it for so many years, it's like it's like another language. It's like if someone wants to reach you, they have to be able to speak your language. And that's why only the Jews and the Muslims can relate to Christians when it comes to having theological debates, because they speak the same language. Messiah, Mahdi, all these the prophets, it's the same language. So like, if you want to be able to reach people in the Taliban, you have to basically speak to them through the Quran and show them, like, if you want them to do something, speak to them through the Quran and say, okay, this is wrong because Muhammad said, or because it's in this surah, you have to use the chapters to argue your point. That's the only way, because you're so thoroughly, you can't even entertain anyone that doesn't speak that language. It's a language.
I think that might be whilst I agree for the general population to change it, you have to speak to people at the top. And I don't think talking Islam is what they want. They're there because they want power and influence. And I think, so you have to talk to them at a political, diplomatic level. And the thing is, we've just thrown away all our cards, on the table and walked out.
I disagree with that. I don't think most people in general are. Well, maybe I might misunderstand what you're saying. What do you mean when you say you got to talk to them at a political level?
Well, I mean, those who are now running the country, if you want to make progress to make changes to that country, you won't go onto that table talking about Islam. You go onto that table talking.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think it's grassroots up. Yeah,
really at the very top.
I think it's bottom up, not top down. And that's how revolutions start. That's how revolts start.
That's how they start. But this revolt has happened, and there's someone there.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's 10 to 20% of the Taliban who have doubts. Maybe Islam isn't right. True. Like, they have to be out there.
It's gotta be. But they can't leave.
I was going to say, in light of this, like, it's a complex situation to even bring up. But if we start politically trying to explain to them, I think they'll just shift the goalpost. This is what Christians have done, and I don't expect Islam to disappear. Okay, I don't think that the religion's going anywhere. I'd love to see it become more liberal. I'd love to see them start reinterpreting things all the way down to the core, and this is already happening with more pacifistic versions of it. I'd love to see these other guys go, when he said, to kill your enemy, he means like sacrifice them on the altar of your heart, or some crazy, esoteric, make it esoteric or something. That'd be great. But I would love to see them just go all the way and realize you don't need this to live life and to have peace in your life. You do not need any religion. I say this, I repeat this. You do not need any of these ideologies to be a happy, free, loving. I love
Not
my
even
life.
Star Wars.
Now we need myths, okay? We need myths, but we know what a myth is, and we love these. But no, but seriously, you don't need to have all of these religions to have world peace. You don't need to have.
Talking about now, Derek, you're talking about the psychological factors which causes belief revision. It still boggles my mind that there's so many people who think that people change their minds or believe what they believe based on facts and evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on, look around you. That's not the case the vast majority of the time. We do not come to our beliefs, and I'm including myself here, mostly because of facts and evidence.
100%.
It's these emotional, intuitive pushes and pulls, and this is why we believe what we believe. And so how do you change those? You got to have pushes and pulls in the opposite direction.
John, do you agree with that? I mean, let me break it down a little more so that I think, because I actually 100%,
this is the basics of advertising.
I actually agree with this because this was my experience. So real quick, we got someone joining us. Welcome. Let me see if this is better here. There we go. My experience was the reason I was a Christian wasn't because when I was 13 years old, someone said, hey, please come to the church. Let me show you something. Here is the historical reliability of Jesus' existence and his life. And here's how we know he died and we know he rose again. And here's the evidence behind why we know this is actually true. And all these other gods are not actually true. Asclepius healing blind people who had no eyeballs in their sockets. Get out of here. It's all BS. The Satan was trying to trick you. Here's the truth. I never came to it from that. What I came to it from was a child of an alcoholic father who struggled his whole life, having the hero of his life be the very person who looked at the woman, my mother. I'm a mama's boy, who was everything to me. And my hero is treating his mother in such a way I couldn't understand how my life, I had a trauma so deep that one day when they told me that broken feeling inside that you have, that emotion that you're experiencing can all be healed and fixed by a man who died for you and for those sins.
For you.
Come down to the altar today and we can help you because the Lord Jesus took all those sins, past, present, and future, upon him. You know, I'm giving you an altar call, but nonetheless,
Jesus
I came down.
Me.
Yeah, you convinced me, Derek. Where do I sign up?
It wasn't intellectual, is all I'm saying. And then eventually, I think like Doug said, I didn't want to remain dumb. And I didn't want to think it was dumb because people who vocalized, who went to the roots and attacked the religion, and people at school would tell me, why do you believe in that? Like, that's outdated. And I'm going, no, it isn't. And I tried to apologetics. I got into it. And I thought it was intellectually what everyone says it is. It's the truth. And if it's the capital T truth, it is not wrong. And I shouldn't fear at all investigating or criticism or anything like that because I will be able to prove it's true if it is. It had nothing to do with the intellectual, though.
So, how there's a lot of faith in that. So the Abrahamic religions are very faith-based, isn't it? And so, but the other thing that gets me, as you say, there's no need for religion, and I tend to agree in a modern society, but in a less well-structured society, I think, you know,
racist. Sorry, I'm kidding.
in a less structured society, well-structured society, you know, the human civilization was brought up with religion. It almost needs religion to help it grow. So I think again that's another challenge. We have to accept you can't. You know, there are real demands on those people. You know, you were in a very troubled state, Derek, when you were talking about when you found religion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all those people out there, aren't having the best of lives at the moment, and they look at that religion, and they believe that because there's a need.
Gives them hope.
We can't replace that. Have some critical thinking, and all will be happy. No, that isn't going to work out.
Oh no, that's not what makes me satisfied. Critical thinking isn't what did it. Being comfortable with knowing I don't know is actually the most satisfying thing
Which
in
is
my
part
life.
of critical thinking, though. I think that's step one.
But the thing is, before I became a critical thinker in this process of drug addiction, I had to realize I was a human. I know that sounds funny, me even saying this. I don't think this quite connects for most of the audience who's probably hearing me say this. Knowing that I am a human, I'm a human being, I am just a guy, okay, really helped me realize, okay, hold on. You're not a chosen, like this elect remnant chosen, predestined. There's this expectation, a God's looking down on me type thing. I found ways to psychologically cope and enjoy the world around me without a book, without the God above me looking down at me, and knowing I have flaws and I'm not going to be judged for these things. Like that whole condemnation mindset that came with Christianity, and it comes with all these different religions. If you don't do accordingly, God will definitely get you. All of the Abrahamic ones do this. But that, when I got comfortable realizing the world around me was enough and the family around me was enough, that's what really gave it to me. I didn't need that extra whatever that I have no evidence for. That was good enough. And I think that if all humans, I literally think this is why I say we don't need to have these religions to be satisfied, to have, to live our lives. I honestly believe if everyone found that in themselves and in the world they live in, it wouldn't require that. Does that make sense?
I agree, man. I definitely agree. And religion, like I always maintain the position that religions, it's a language, it's a control system. So as long as people, like, it's like, so I grew up I live in Africa. So English, because I couldn't speak English, it was almost like I couldn't get up above the level that I was at, because everything was on like surface level, right? So once you get out of the religious language and you start actually seeing the world for what it really is, and there's no hell, there's no heaven, and you actually start living your life as a human being, that's where we need to go as a society. Stop waiting for a God to come and do everything. It's escapism. That's what the real religion is. It's an escape from the real responsibility. And I always tell people that my definition of a religion is a belief system that explains away your responsibility for understanding the world you live in. It's an escape. That's all it is.
That's what the second coming is. And we find that in many myths, not just religious myths. King Arthur, he's meant to be buried under a hill, and he's going to come back and rescue England from whoever's taken it over at the time. I don't know, the French maybe. But you have that with Jesus. People want to just have a scapegoat, as you call it. A backup plan where they don't have to do anything. Someone else is going to fix it for them. And I think there's probably part of that in there too.
Real quick,
Absolutely.
Shadman, welcome to the chat, my friend.
What's good?
Thank you for having me on. Brother Derek, I've been watching your channel for like over a year now, right? And I'm a Muslim myself. I really come from that like conservative background as well. But then like that Salaf, we call it the Salafi Wahhabi sort of hardline, hardcore sort of Islam, right? So I sort of left that tradition now. I'm more of like you could say a modernist, but I'm still trying to stick with the traditionalist school as well. I'm currently following so you have four, I don't want to get too technical. We've got like 4 different types of madhabs in the Sunni tradition. So you've got like the Hanafi, you've got the Maliki, the Shafi, and the Hanbali madhab, right? So I'm more inclined to follow the Hanafi madhab. I kind of left that Salafist, dogmatic, ultra conservative sort of sect of Islam. And I've had like my faith crisis as well, like last year as well. So I gotta thank your channel, because I was into apologetics and stuff as well, right? And then I did have like a shattering faith crisis as well, right? So I really had to question a lot of things and stuff, especially in the traditionalist school of Islam, the Salafi sort of background, right? So your channel really has helped me out, sort of leave that sort of side of that hardcore, hardline Salafi sort of movement. And,
what specifically did Derek do to help you leave that conservative branch of Islam?
Yeah, to Islam. I mean, like overall, like when I was in my apologetics phase and stuff, I was really I had to really defend that Salafi hardcore side of Islam. You know what I mean? All these, you go into the Hadith, you find a lot of, it is catastrophic. You find a lot of these narrations and stuff that are very like critical on the Prophet Muhammad and different all this type of stuff. But then when I came to Derek and stuff, when he started bringing a lot of these New Testament scholars and stuff, it really made my mind like sort of open up. And till this day, I sort of left the apologetics sort of phase. I'm more into academia right now, and doing my research into the the academic sort of phases of all the Abrahamic religions right now. Yeah.
Do you think this is a progression for you to leave Islam totally?
No. I'm still in the. I will remain as a Muslim, but like I sort of left that dogmatic sort of approach, the Salafi sort of ways of Islam. Basically.
But in your scholarly studies that you say you're going to do,
yeah,
do you think there's something you could learn that would say, no, I'm out?
I don't think so. I think I'm firm on my faith right now. I'm firm on it.
So I think this is a great point. First of all, thank you. I'm glad that this has helped you leave what I would obviously say is a more harmful, the more conservative and strict you get, the potential for more danger, like what we see going on right now. You know, some people believe this stuff hook, line, and sinker, and they want to follow the prophet to the T of the very things that maybe happened in his own day. And he took some military action, right? So that could potentially lead people in the current context to do such actions. But I like what Doug's asking. I guess what we don't expect you to say, I think that the evidence is going to lead me at some point to go, well, let me critically analyze my own faith, and I'm actually going to leave. I would love to see someone's story come out and say, I found life and happiness, and it didn't demand that my worldview was the one true, accurate worldview. Because I have Jews who are serious about their faith. I have Christians who are serious. I was one that was really serious about it. And how do you know what yours is true? You see, so those are questions I'd love to have you ask yourself over time. I understand you're at where you're at, but I'm
You can
proud
ask
of you
them
for
right
taking
now.
those steps. Yeah, I say that to say Pine Creek asks them, okay, and I'm going to allow you to do that. I want you to.
Go ahead,
But
Go ahead.
I want you to consider what I'm saying too throughout life in the next few years, really inside yourself asking these questions as you are starting to look into these things, being critical, especially if you're looking at higher education on these topics.
Yeah, exactly.
You're probably going to run into some stuff that's going to make you think, is this really true? Is this really true? And why do I deny these others, but I somehow accept mine to be true? But anyway, go ahead, Pine Creek. Have at it with your SE.
Go ahead.
Why do you think is the main reason you're a Muslim?
To be honest, I feel like that's a good question. Yeah, I feel like it's ever since I was growing up, you know, the prayers that I've always done, like the 5 daily prayers and stuff, it's always given me inner peace and stuff, you know what I mean? And just by looking at Judaism overall, I feel like when I really studied the documentary Hypothesis, I sort of like, it just made me run away from Orthodox Judaism completely. When I go into the New Testament authorship, right, and I see that, right, all the, you know, the forgeries you find in the New Testament and stuff, and how the Gospels are written anonymous and stuff, right? When you really dig in deep with this type of stuff, like, I'll just like, you know, I feel like Islam is the one that really encompasses and really saves the other 2 Abrahamic faiths, in my opinion. So I feel like, to answer your question straight up, I feel like the prayers and the prophecies that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ gave, like in his day and age, I feel like the prophecies that he did give, like they do come true, and like overall, it just gives me peace. You know what I mean?
Is this like, is it the peace or the prophecies or both that
both?
make
I
you
think
think
both.
that,
Yeah, both.
that make
both, yeah.
you think that it's true?
Yeah, in my opinion, yeah.
Okay, so can someone get peace from a false religion?
Me personally, I haven't seen that. Maybe, but I haven't seen that personally.
Right, you haven't. Maybe you.
Right, but do you think there are people out there, Hindus, Buddhists, Taoists, who would they'd say they have peace in their life, and yet I think you and I would agree the core propositions of their religion is probably false?
Yeah. Maybe,
okay.
Maybe, yeah. You know.
So can we put peace then? The idea of having peace in one's life,
sure,
we can take that off the table because
no worries,
that's no indication whether the religion is true, correct?
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Well,
so let's go to the second thing you mentioned, prophecy. What's the? I'm totally ignorant of well, not totally, but I'm somewhat ignorant of Islam. What's the major prophecy for you that you just go, wow, this means this is from God?
I feel like, so there are a bunch of, so in the Kutub al-Sitta, basically the 6 canonical hadith books that you find in the Sunni hadith corpus, you have a bunch of the narrations to do with chapters of prophecies and stuff, right? So a good example is the prophecy about during the end times, where the Prophet Muhammad, he's saying that like in the end times you're gonna find the Bedouin Arabs, right? They're gonna be competing with each other to build like tall buildings and stuff, right? And that is actually a prophecy that did come true. You know, these days, if you go to the more or less the Middle Eastern countries, you're gonna find you know, Arab countries competing to build like tall buildings and stuff. Another one that really caught me was to do with the narration.
Well, let's stick with that one first.
Yeah, sure.
So, because that's the first one that popped in your mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Is there any way we could make that prophecy better? Like, let's say, for example, I was to prophesy just on my own thousands of years ago that there'd be tall buildings. Does that mean that that came from God?
I feel like you got to look at it through a contextual lens. I mean, like what I mean by contextual lens, right? I'd be like.
No, just focus on me right now. Like,
Go ahead.
imagine I lived 1400 years ago, and I see buildings, and I make a prediction that in the future there'll be tall buildings. Do you think I could say that totally independent of a deity?
Maybe.
Would it require a miracle for someone to say tall buildings might be here one day? And I mean, you got previous stories, for example, like when you look at that, I mean, look at the Hebrew Bible, which we know the early Muslims had, you know, they had these sources they knew of. You get the Tower of Babel, right? Building towers to heaven. Like these are things that are clearly written, and not just biblical, but like other myths. They have these towering buildings in their writings. To me, it wouldn't require a miracle for me to say, for example, in the desert places, there will be towers one day. And if it happens one day, is you're like, Derek was a real prophet, or God spoke through Derek by him saying that. And I'm telling you, I'm not a prophet of God. I don't even believe that there is a God. You might say, well, God used him. See, he used his mouth and he said it. It to me is just like, that wouldn't be a miracle. I would be convinced and say that's real good evidence to believe that this is really from God, or that's evidence to prove this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can sort of see that. And just if I can just add on to this, like,
Please.
for instance, like in the New Testament, you know how Jesus constantly says that, you know, all of these things will, like, what is it? Surely many of you are gonna come that you're not gonna even taste of death or one. I think it's Matthew 16. And then, like, you know, all of these things will happen and stuff, right? I mean, these are filled prophecy. The high priest incident, right? Like the Daniel 7 quotation you find in Luke and Mark, right? When they quote it, right? They're like, Jesus speaking to the high priest directly that you shall see the Son of Man coming into the clouds of heaven, right? In the trial or whatnot. Like these failed prophecies, in my opinion, I feel like because of these failed prophecies and stuff, it sort of does make me go away from Christianity in that sort of sense. And then this is why I'm sort of left with you know what I mean, right? To believe in Islam at the end of the day, based off these failed prophecies that have occurred.
But what I'm hearing you say is that you're doing the process of elimination. Well, Christianity can't be true. Cross it off. Judaism, but isn't it reasonable to say that all the religions of the world could be false, or at least all but one?
It can be. I'm not saying that's correct. It is a plausible argument.
Because I often hear Muslims say this as well, that, well, Christianity can't be true because just look at all the problems, and there's problems in Judaism, but we got it right with Islam. And
I was like that in my apologetics phase. Sorry to cut you off. I was like that in my apologetics phase as well. But yeah.
And I think that's the wrong way to go about it, in my opinion. I think the better way to go is, well, who cares about Christianity? Who cares about Judaism? Let's focus in on Islam and see if that's true. And so far you mentioned prophecy. What Derek and I said, does that sound reasonable to you, that someone can prophesy tall buildings, especially like the Old Testament talks about the Tower of Babel, the tallest building apparently that has ever been? That whole idea of tall buildings was not foreign. Does it seem reasonable that just a man could come up with that?
I understand where you're coming from. I agree with that. But then just the one thing in mind, like 7th century Arabia, right? People would be like illiterate back in the days, right? The thing is that who would be prophesying in that sort of contextual sort of lens, right? About tall buildings. And there's a bunch of other prophecies that you're going to find in, but like,
do you think that 1500 BC, let's just say, according to like some of the narrative, do you think some of these really, really old, nomadic people were thinking we're going to have tall buildings or things like that? But as part of their narratives, they're borrowing these narratives from other places too. So this is in the Middle East as well. These things that are being talked about when we talk about Muslims, we're not just talking about them as the only people that are in the Middle East. You know, we're looking at similar types of Middle Eastern people who are having these same kind of concepts is the point I think that I would point out in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. That is a good point. And this is what I mean. I feel like that's actually good. I never really questioned that myself. You know, what really makes Islam true? You know, this is actually a good question. I should probably thinking of later on or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, you brought up a good point there.
Well, at least look, man, you sound like you're really like honest in trying to do this.
That's
look,
yeah, I know.
I have to say, man, 9 years ago thought I was being honest. I really did as a Calvinist. And I was not. I was a liar, but it was because I was defending what I believed was true. And I didn't, there was no way to get past that cognitive dissonance. So I thought I was on the right side of truth. I was also raised in a family that was somewhat Christian and then took Christianity really serious when traumas really developed in my life. And that became the thing that was true from experience, not because it was evidentially true or this is an actual fact. Christianity is actually true. No, I am picking at the very thing I was raised in. So I say that to say, were you raised in a Muslim household, in a Muslim family?
Yeah,
and if that is the case,
conservative household,
that does more, that answers a lot for me, Doug, John, Ben. I'm sure all of us kind of see that and go, okay, we can see how that would influence your or impact you to be one who believes and isn't really wanting to challenge your own foundation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. You know, it's not easy. Like I have a few Christian friends as well. They are fundamentalists, right? Like I'm 17 myself, right? Like I just turned 17. Like they themselves are, yeah. So they themselves, I mean, after reading like Bart Ehrman's book Jesus Interrupted, right, and Bart Ehrman's book Forged, and a couple of Raymond Brown's like books on the commentary of the Gospel of John here, there, they've become like so liberal with their views now. Like it's insane. They're not even like, they're no longer that like fundamentalists no more. You know, they're not there trying to reconcile these discrepancies and contradictions in the New Testament. So it's like, you know, yeah. I mean, when you go into academia, I feel like you become a bit more liberal with your views, and I completely. That is something I really want to go into later on with my future, hopefully, university years or whatnot, if I do go. Yeah.
Can I give a quick shout out? Everybody who's given super chats, I apologize if I haven't answered your super chat or we haven't responded to them. We're keeping the flow of the conversation going. I really appreciate the support here on this channel. This helps me do what I do full time. Like Sid Dave, thank you for that. Scooby Mike asking if drug recovery programs and religion, is it a bad thing? And I think it does depend, in particular, depending on the person. You're not going to necessarily change someone's ideology while they're dying in the midst of a drug addiction. So maybe they need to find what works for them at the moment. But for me, I found a way out of it completely. And freedom came best without religion for me. So I apologize if I missed your guys' super chats. I try to pop them up on the screen so you guys can see they're up there. If I missed something and you really want me to clarify, email me, touch base with me in the future. I'll try and do my best because I do try to give you guys a shout out for help supporting what I do. I apologize for taking us off track there, ladies and gentlemen. But I would love to see you become critical and come out as a voice saying, okay, look, I'm just a traditionalist. Like I'm a guy who because you might could call me and Doug somewhat someone who's traditionally in the Christian faith, right? We've lived this life in a Christian world, if you will, but we're not Christians. We don't believe. But I'd love to see you come out and go, okay, I poked holes into the Jewish Bible. I poked holes in Christianity. Yeah. These came before my religion, and my religion uses a lot of this stuff.
I'll have to be fair, exactly with my
like
I understand.
What do you think it is? Why are you maybe, if you don't mind me asking this, I'm not trying to be too pressuring here, but like,
no, it's all good. Go ahead.
Do you think it's emotions? Do you think you're just afraid? Are you scared?
No, I'm not. Like I'll be honest. Like I'm a very big fan of Mufti Abu Layth. He's like a very famous like modernist sort of Muslim in our day and age, and like I've always spoken to him, and he's like. I feel like he's someone that really made me like think and stuff, and he was very open-minded with his views and stuff, and like even different like I look up to more like of these modernist Muslim scholars these days. Like like Adnan Ibrahim, he's like top notch right now. You know, Hassan Farhan Maliki. I look into these type of scholars, and I feel like they're the ones that really push. Like I'm happy where I am right now. Like I'll openly attack a lot of the stuff you find in traditionalist Sunni Islam as well, right? Particular hadith, I will critique them, even though they may be found as sahih according to some Muslims. I will critique them here and there. But just to answer your question, I'm not scared of like coming out. Like I'm not scared of that. No.
You should be.
No, I'm not. Like, I know.
No. I
understand
say
that
this.
goes
I'm
into-
not saying this for, you know, what a lot of people are thinking right now. I'm saying if you, with the first answer you gave of why you are a Muslim is because peace. Remember?
Yeah.
So if you're a normal human being, you should be afraid to leave Islam because you might lose your peace.
Or judgment. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Right?
You see, there's so many emotional reasons that we could get you scared using your own religion, and we're not scared. And I have peace. Now you might say, Derek, you don't really have peace.
He's a flag waving, phony, peaceful person.
Yeah. You don't really have it. But I'm telling you, think what you want, right? Because we all have that freedom here, at least in America to some extent. I know for a fact I've never been at more peace in my life, not having to concern myself with something that I have no reason in my mind to think exists. In fact, I had this recently jabbed at me. Someone said, prove it, because I said all the gods can get it. MythVision showing no favor.
Yeah.
I am wanting to be critical of every god. I don't care. And someone said, because I said, they're all found wanting, and then the guy goes, prove it. And I was like, I asked him a question, and I'm asking you, how can I prove something doesn't exist if it doesn't exist? How would you want me to prove it?
Can you repeat that? Yeah, go ahead.
How can I prove something doesn't exist if it doesn't exist?
It's very difficult.
I don't know. You just have to have faith in that. You can't really prove it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a great point. Because
you
I
can't exactly.
I tell them, I'm like, okay, so pink elephants run the universe in the metaphysical realm. What?
Yeah.
And I said, well, you can't prove that. You can't prove that's not true, but you really should believe it. I have really good reasons to say that the elephant's the wisest animal on planet Earth next to the dolphin. And did you know the elephants created the universe? And whatever, I can create a story, create a myth, and make it sound good and make it touch on things that human values touch on. Next thing you know, people are believing the elephants rule the universe in the metaphysical realm. They have bigger ears because they can hear the truth better than we can. I'm like, whatever the hell I could say. I could say some stuff. And couldn't prove what I can make up something that I can't even prove false. And I made it up. Now, how the hell do I prove that it isn't true?
Is Shadan Shan saying that though? Like you would never say that, would you? That prove Islam is false?
No, I'm not in the apologetics phase right now, so no, I don't ask that stuff. No.
But have you ever think back? Have you ever said that to anyone? Prove Islam false?
No.
Okay, good. I respect
I've had
that.
like those debates with like those radical Christians back last year, actual Protestant evangelicals, right? But then it was mainly me bashing, the New Testament, but like it wasn't like them questioning me all the time. But yeah, but anyways, before I got to hop off in a bit, but like I just got one question for you guys, for Derek particularly. Like, what was the main thing that made you like sort of completely like leave like Christianity completely? What was like the main go-to thing? For me, like I'll be honest, like for me, if I find a lot of issues, let's say with let's say if I go dig deep into the Quranic manuscripts and stuff, right? If I look into the textual variants and stuff, we could go through Arthur Jeffries. A good example, you pointed out Arthur Jeffrey before. He was a leading Protestant scholar who really found a lot of these you can say textual variants in the Quran. He tried to bring them up, even though you do have many scholars like Dr. Shazab in their books, refuting his claims and stuff. But I was just gonna say, in your opinion, like what really made you sort of leave, I guess, traditionalist Christianity? Yeah.
I want to let everybody who may have been a Christian on here answer that question just briefly. But mine ultimately was what made me think. I started to ask honest, actual questions, not for visuals. This was not on a YouTube channel. This was not in front of everybody. This was real inside me, which is why I said to you early on, as the years go by, ask these questions to yourself. If you can overcome the fear of what the consequences in your mind are now. But I had to ask that question, why did I think Jesus was really the healer and not Asclepius? Why did I think Jesus was the true God and not Dionysus? Why, when all these commonalities with myths that came prior, stories that came prior, stories that came after, what made it true, and why was I so arrogant to believe mine was right and everyone else was wrong? And I realized then it was like being raised a Republican or a Democrat, or being raised and believing in a particular belief system, having a certain football team, having a particular team you root for, your tribe, your clan, your group, and mine's right, yours is wrong. And when I was able to actually think, maybe I'm wrong. And for me, it was life or death, because I was dying of addiction. I was a heroin addict. I was injecting heroin. I realized, why do I think Jesus is true? What makes him true and all wrong? That opened up a world for me of comfort to know maybe I'm wrong. And then I was on my journey. And when I was on my journey, I was willing to listen to the other side. I never listened to the other side before. I couldn't do it. Cognitive dissonance. You know, I was purposely ignorant, purposely lying. So sorry. Anyone else that was Christians would like to say maybe what made them leave?
Yeah,
Pine Creek,
I was. Pine Creek, go first, and then I can go after.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Just ask yourself what's more likely. Every time you come to a core proposition, ask yourself what's more likely. That prophecy you mentioned, ask yourself what's more likely. A man receiving words from a deity through an angel in a cave, what's more likely? Did that happen? Or some people just made that up?
Okay.
Or someone actually was in a cave, but was mentally deranged. Like, you have to be willing to blaspheme your deeply held beliefs and say they could be wrong, and I will be okay if they are. That's it.
And that's not easy to do.
It's not easy to do.
Yeah,
That's why I said, when you said, I'm okay if I leave Islam, are you sure? Because for many, it gives them hope, meaning, and purpose. And there'll be a transition period where your life could be a living hell for a period of time.
Yeah.
It's a slow, I would take it slow. That's why I say just take it slow. There's no rush, you know, and what you're comfortable with going with is what I would go with, where you're at. And that's fine. You know, Ben, you were going to say?
Yeah, for me, it started over COVID, because I started looking at the world around me, and I was just like, okay, this doesn't make sense anymore. Things just weren't aligning anymore. And I started kind of going down the conspiracy rabbit hole, listening to people like David Icke, but when I get into something, I really get into something.
Oh, man.
So when you get, but just hear me out, because I already told you I think these scriptures were written by extraterrestrials. But anyway,
Which scriptures?
All three of them: Bible, Quran, Torah.
Oh my gosh, we've got some talking to do. All right,
and there's a lot of evidence, man. But for me, it was more about like as an African, it just didn't make sense. All my life, I grew up being told that our spiritual, because we had spirituality. Like when I was growing up, I used to watch all these ceremonies take place like in the back of the house, and like we would go on like school trips and learn about our indigenous systems. You know, I live in South Africa right now, and it just didn't make sense. All these people are going to hell now because they don't know Jesus. They don't even speak English, bro. It's like none of them. Some of them have never even heard of Jesus. They'll never hear of him. So my whole life that didn't make sense. And I just kept on. So for me, the key word is truth, because I was always comfortable, even if I wasn't a Christian. For me, it was always about the truth. What makes sense? So right now, I don't even use the word belief in my language. I don't have beliefs. Either I know something, I don't know something, or I think. And that's what Christians have to start doing. They have to start thinking. But but I understand where they're coming from, and it's really. That's what it was, man. It's me looking for the truth, and I'm still on that journey every day.
We all are.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Come back again sometime, man.
Yeah, definitely.
When you do, tell me some critical stuff about Muhammad. I'm just kidding.
Oh, before Shadman goes, Didactic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Had an excellent outsider test for faith when it comes to prophecies. I just want to show it here.
Oh,
Sure,
hold on. Let me
Make
pop
me
you up.
big. Yeah. So this is when the iron bird flies and horses run on wheels, the Dharma will come to the land of the red faces. Cars and planes prophesied thousands and thousands of years ago. Prophecy from Buddhism, does that make it a true religion?
Oh no.
Like it's
Yeah.
when you ask yourself what's more likely that, you know, this Buddhist person just made this up, and you can interpret this to mean cars and planes, or that it actually came from a deity. And so just like you and I can easily read this and just dismiss it as a prophecy, right?
Yeah, we can easily. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think as the years go by, Shadman, you will easily dismiss the prophecies of the Quran. Thus prophesies Pine Creek.
At least if
Amazing
you're,
talking to you guys. Yeah.
I think at least if you're going to be honest on how you treat other religions, you're going to run into this, because if you're going to be
You
fair,
definitely have to. Yeah. Exactly. You gotta
Yeah.
be fair. You gotta critique.
you're
both
willing to
sides.
do
I
that with the
understand.
Book of Daniel. You're willing to do that with the Hebrew Bible. You're willing to do that on Christianity because they're not your
Yeah.
faith. But if
Yeah.
one day you're able to gain that strength and willingness to do that, you're going to run into problems with your own. They all have problems.
I can agree.
Every
I can
single
agree
one
with
of them.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But thank
And
you
ask
guys
yourself
for
this
having me on.
question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ask yourself
Go
this
ahead, go ahead.
question. Can you live your life knowing that your religion is not true? Because life goes on, bro. I
That is
promise
true.
you. And
That's
life
true.
is so the truth is so much more beautiful than a religion. I'm telling you. That's all I wanted to say, bro.
Thanks for joining, man.
Thank you, brother. I'll
All
get in
right.
touch with you guys later on then. Thank you, brother Derek, and everyone here.
Thanks,
care.
bro.
See you, Shadman.
Peace, bro.
Welcome to the channel. Got a couple of people who joined us. Eats, Eating, and SBD. Am I saying that? SDB? SDB? SBD? I don't know. I'm dyslexic. Anyway, welcome. Did you guys want to say anything?
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was quite interested that you just completely dismissed one of the prophecies, although I don't necessarily base my belief in the Quran on, or Islam on prophecies. Just Bedouin Arabs, barefoot Bedouin Arabs predicting, being told that one day they will build the highest towers in the world, and not just build, but they would compete to build, so that one day Saudi Arabia has the biggest, tallest tower, the next day the United Arab Emirates has the tallest tower, and then one of the other Muslim countries tries to build the tallest tower. So it's quite a specific prophecy. You will be
Can I ask? I'd like to ask you something, because this is a good point. When someone builds a tower taller than that tower, what will that prophecy mean at that point? Is it just at one point in time that prophecy happened to be true? For example, if I say as America that we will do something, particularly space travel wise or something, right? And we're the first ones to do it. Did I become a prophet when that happens? What if someone creates a better or a taller or a faster or something like that after it? Also, is it not possible to self-fulfill things? Like if you look in the Old Testament and it says, you know, to go slaughter, let's say it said slaughter the infidels in this region, and you find out these people still believe in the opposite things, and you go to destroy those people and you actually win. Did you just fulfill prophecy, or did you just do something that was already written a while ago because it was said in a book, and therefore you're self-fulfilling something? And it's not like it's actually truly prophecy. You're just actually doing the thing you see written a while ago. There's a lot of questions and ways to answer this, but do you think that if someone builds a taller building one day, that'll...
As I said, I don't base my belief in Islam or the Quran on such prophecies. Although, to answer your question, if you are the superpower of the world and you make a prediction that one day we'll go to the moon, then okay, you've got a likelihood of going to the moon someday. But if you are a barefoot Arab who's only got sand around you, and someone comes and tells you you're going to be competing with each other to build the tallest tower in the world, then that is something completely amazing. It could be said just to
No.
just to give you. It could be something just to give you some, some inspiration that one day, just strive for something. It doesn't have to be, you could say that he wasn't being literal. He was just trying to inspire people. However, it's a prophecy that came true, and
No.
it is quite specific. It is a
No.
prophecy that came true.
No.
The Arab world, the Muslim world, have got the tallest towers in the world, and they competed with each other to build.
I got the prophecy right here. When the shepherds of black camels start boasting and competing with others in the construction of higher buildings.
It doesn't say the tallest building in the world, just as higher buildings.
There are other versions to it. There's one about barefoot
Okay,
Arabs.
let me ask you true or false questions. The people who built those tall buildings in the Middle East, were they barefoot?
Some of them probably were, because I don't suppose.
Do you think
everyone would be
they
wearing-
constructed it with no shoes on? Did
That's
they
the
have
whole
black?
point.
Did they have black camels? True or false?
That's the whole point. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they would be able to do it.
No, but my
And
question is: the people who constructed those buildings, were they barefoot, and were they shepherds, and did they have black camels?
I've got no idea.
No idea. So how can you say this is a specific prophecy that came true?
The people who built those towers were in the 21st century. They had hard hats, building sites, fantastic machinery.
Yes.
But it was from being barefoot, being shepherds, to being able to construct those things.
Now, wouldn't it have been a better prophecy if it would have said the people who will build these high buildings will wear hard hats, hats that are hard, they will have shoes on, they will use machinery, one of them will be called a crane. Like, wouldn't that, now that is an amazing prophecy from, let's say, 1500 years ago.
Yeah.
Not this barefoot shepherd thing. Oh, it's close.
You know what? The people who crossed over with Moses, and they saw with their own eyes the waters parting, and then when they got to the other side and they walked around the desert for a while, they stopped believing in the God of that did this. So whatever you, and the Quran says actually, whatever signs we give them, they will reject them. And it all starts with one thing, that you start with, is there a creator or is there not? And the Quran says to you, do you think you created yourselves? You obviously think you created yourselves. So whatever someone puts to you, you won't accept it. Those who believe that there must be a creator through logic and reason, then they will start asking other questions. How many creators?
Can I point out what you're doing right now? You have totally ignored what I said. I will concede to what you've said. You want a specific prophecy. I'm telling you, the Quran says, no matter how specific a prophecy is, you will still not believe. And the example given in the Quran is that the people of Moses saw with their own eyes, yet after they saw, they still rejected.
So this is exactly what Jesus in the New Testament. So let me real quick. I want to play this prophecy game real quick. I want to defend real quick. I want to defend Judaism for 1 second here. All right. I want to prove to you Judaism's true and Islam's not. So in the Jewish prophecies of the prophets of the Hebrew Bible, real quick, let me just get this in here. There's a prophecy, many prophecies like 2 Chronicles 6 and other places, that one day the foreigners and strangers from the far east and the far west will come in and recognize that the God of Israel is the true God, and they will bow down and worship and pray to Yahweh, and that all of the peoples will realize that the Jewish people's God is the true God. This is the true religion. And this is prophesied in the Old Testament. Sure enough, in the New Testament, when you get there, these Christians, these people are coming in, flocking into this religion. They're recognizing the God of Israel, and they see that it's true. They're fulfilling from the far east and from the west. What are the odds that this pagan Roman Empire would actually come to worship a monotheistic Judaic God, an Abrahamic God, and neglect all of their gods and come to the one true God? The Jewish faith is the true faith, not Islam. And this is the point I'm trying to say is like, when you do that
doesn't necessarily prove the Muslim idea of God is wrong, because the Muslims do accept that God is one unity. It will tell you that the Christian idea of God,
of course, you can get into the semantics and the details and stuff.
Yeah, because the Christians believe that they are the new Jewish people. So how can they, the idea? Anyway, that's a complicated issue. You've got a point.
I'm just making the point, simply put, that all these religions could do this. You could do the same thing with anything, you know.
But when that prophecy comes true, I shall say to you, Derek, you were right. That prophecy has proven at least the Jewish religion is right. What necessarily the
no, it already happened. That's what I'm trying to say. It's already happened.
Hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet.
That's exactly what the New Testament is trying to say has happened, is my point. The New Testament is saying that
we as objective observers know that hasn't happened. We as objective observers
know
that the tallest buildings in the world are in Saudi Arabia. But there are other reasons to believe in Islam. You know, I'm trying to say to you, whatever prophecies, whatever signs you want, whatever miracles you want us to show you, it will not be good enough, because the Islamic God says
that's not a miracle is the point we're trying to say. If you call a miracle would be like if you literally, man, I'm not lying, if you were right here and you made someone's arm come back and they didn't have an arm, or they literally do not have eyeballs in their sockets, like the god Asclepius, he healed a man who didn't have eyeballs in his sockets. If you literally performed a miracle in front of me, I would gladly realize, okay, I'm damn wrong. I am so wrong. But listen, every time that gets brought up, the New Testament tries to do this. There's Lazarus in the belly of Abraham, or in the bosom of Abraham. He's talking to the rich man, and the rich man said, hey, send back someone to tell my 5 brothers about this horrible place so they don't come here. And he goes, they have the law and they have the prophets. But even if we send someone back from the dead, they won't believe anyway. That's bullshit. That's an excuse. The reality is, if you really did that, any normal person, show me a person who's seen a real miracle like that happen and weren't convinced.
Okay.
That would be amazing.
Let's separate something. In Islam, the Quran says it is the only miracle. It says that it is the ask for a miracle. The only miracle. The Quran is the miracle. The only miracle the Quran says the Quran says, ask for a miracle. The only miracle that you will give to me is the Quran. Now in Hadith we've got other miracles. We've got loads of miracles. You want 1,000 miracles? Go to these stories of the Prophet. In his lifetime, he was able to perform miracles. We can say he did them. We can say he didn't. We can say we can trust the Hadith. You can say we can't trust the Hadith. Mm-hmm. But the miracle that we have, according to the Quran itself, the lasting miracle is the Quran. So you might ask for God to light up a piece of paper in front of you as pine wood. Yeah.
Oh, you're familiar with my work.
That's awesome.
I do, Derek. But by the way, Derek, I do love your work, and
thank you. Thank you.
I do like your work as well. It was your first encounter with the Muslims on DF Tower. That was the wonderful, sincere conversation. It's a pity that you spoiled it afterwards by bringing on a guest that's completely just. Anyway, let's leave that.
Can I ask you a question about the Quran real quick? I'd like to ask you one question about the Quran real quick.
Well, I like the way you think, Pinewood. Anyway,
real quick, eats eating. What makes the Quran a miracle? What is it that makes it a miracle? I'm interested in knowing, like a virgin birth. People will claim that's a miracle, and I think even Islam, believes that Jesus was born of a virgin. So like those are miracles, but like the one miracle that people get is the Quran. What makes it a miracle?
Right. I think in also the Bible as well, the word miracle and in the Quran. It means a sign, and signs are all around us. We've got to distinguish between magic tricks and signs. Now, the Quran says it is the final miracle. It is the if you want a miracle, it's the Quran. There's no good. We don't have any prophets nowadays to perform miracles, perform magic tricks, or things that will stun us into belief, as you might want to say. The Quran itself is a living thing. It's on the tongues of the people. Believe it or not, people actually memorize this. Millions of people have memorized the Quran. In our prayers, we prayed all 5 times a day. We recited at Ramadan, all of it. It's on the lips of the people. No other book has been able to sway humanity in the way that the Quran has. That in itself is a sign. If you want a miracle, if you want a magic trick, you're not going to get it. If you want a sign, this is what the Bible and the Quran means by the word miracle, and that is one miracle. People have gone into mathematical and also linguistic things that are in the Quran. They are more subtle, more delicate, more in-depth things that I don't think we've got time for here.
Yeah, we won't.
I might not be the best person to ask.
I think Doug has something to say. I could see his head has like words coming. It's trying to come out. Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Oh my! If I wrote a book and I said it has signs in it and it swayed 1 million people, does that mean it's from God?
Well, first thing, are you able to convince anyone?
Does that mean it's from God? Lean yes or lean no?
It depends on your trustworthiness. Are you a trustworthy person?
Let's say in the book it said it was written by someone who's trustworthy, and it has signs in it, and it presents itself as a sign, as a miracle, and it swayed 50 million people.
That's not how we take this. We don't look at books. Forget the books. Burn the books. Islam didn't start with the book. Islam started with a trustworthy person.
Okay, hang on. So did this book.
He was known to be a trustworthy person.
Hang on.
Destroy the book.
Whoa.
Bring the person in front of us.
One step at a time. One step at a time. This book that I'm talking about that swayed 50 million people was written by someone who was known to be trustworthy. Does that mean this book was written or is authored by God? Lean yes, lean no.
Not good enough.
Okay.
The basis in Islam is you don't look at a book. You sit with someone who knows, who teaches you the book. So the book doesn't need to be there if the person's memorized it.
Okay, stop. Hang on. So this book I'm talking about, that 50 million, it swayed 50 million people to follow it. They all sat down with the scholars and really studied it, and they were swayed and convinced. Does that mean this book was authored by a deity? Lean yes, lean no.
Not good enough. The person has to be trustworthy. They have to.
I already said he was.
And the person that you've got it from has to be trustworthy, not a liar.
Okay, so pause real quick. Doug is trustworthy, but let's assume real quick in this discussion.
Who has said he is trustworthy?
Okay, how do you know Muhammad was trustworthy? I'm interested. Well, I will say you're trustworthy, but I'm saying, how do you know that Muhammad is trustworthy? How do you know that?
We have narrations. And
I wrote something about Doug, and 10 other people wrote that he was a wonderful guy, and we love him. In fact, we follow the guy because he's done great, wonderful things for us. So he's trustworthy. So
even before Islam, people would give the Prophet of Islam things to look after. They would go on journeys. They would ask him to look after their families, look after their properties. He was known to be a trustworthy person.
Pine Creek watches my wife when I go on vacation.
Well, fantastic. He's trustworthy then.
Yeah. Hey, what's your real name?
He's passed the test.
Your first name. Or should I call you Eats Eating?
Eats will do. Eats.
Eats. Okay, so Eats. Can someone be trustworthy in one area of their life and totally wrong in another?
Could be possible.
Yes. Could Muhammad be trustworthy in his business dealings and so forth, but in this one area, maybe he actually went mad?
If you talk to, we can't get into this too much. But if you go through the history and speak to Hamza, he's got a great test about was he mad? Was he this? Was he that? Was he crazy? Was he delusional? He goes through. We've been through the test. He couldn't be mad because he was consistent. Mad people aren't usually consistent. Well, you could say they are, but anyway, there's a whole debate.
Maybe he wasn't consistent, but authors made him look consistent. Is that plausible?
Possible. That's why we say the hadith is good enough. The Quran is certain. So what we have about the Prophet, what we've been told in hadith about the Prophet is good enough. So there might be some stories that I will be willing. Some Muslims will not be willing, but I will be willing to say to you that perhaps they're not completely accurate.
What's not accurate?
Everything we've heard about the hadiths, that he was trustworthy in all fields, in everything.
Could the Quran be inaccurate in some places? Is that reasonable to say? Ask.
Quran is certain. We say the Quran is certain because it was.
Why do you believe the Quran is certain? Because it's written by a trustworthy person?
The words of the Quran were memorized by so many people, so many different.
Can something be memorized by a lot of people and still be wrong?
Well, the words, we accept the words to be actually from what the Prophet gave us. But whether they're wrong or not, yeah, something could be wrong. We don't think they're wrong.
Right,
I would like to say, I would like to say, sir.
Go ahead, Dave.
Sure. Yeah, I would like to say, sir, just if memorization was the criteria, then the Vedas of Hinduism were supposed to have been written in 1500 BC and have been memorized since then, are still being narrated. So would you then say that Hinduism is the true religion?
No one has memorized the Vedas today. No one knows the Vedas by memory today.
No. The priests of Hinduism know all the Vedas by heart. They've learned all of it.
I doubt it. But
no, they do.
If you say so.
So what about Jews who memorize the Pentateuch literally by heart? That
they haven't. They haven't. They haven't. The Muslims have the Muslims have competitions each year where memorizers come. They're told to recite from this passage or that passage, and they recite. There's nothing like that in. There is no Jew who has memorized.
So if I can out-memorize a Muslim, my religion's true. Like
that's the criteria.
No, I told you the word. No, it means that the words we have, we trust that they are from the Prophet.
Right.
Because they're memorized. They're memorized.
But every religion does the same thing. We're just trying to have you like.
They do not.
They don't memorize their own texts.
Name me the name of one Jewish rabbi or whoever.
I'm about to call Rabbi Tovia Singer. Have him come on here since he is a rabbi, and have him tell you that they memorize the Pentateuch. But let me message him right now.
He has never said that he's memorized the Pentateuch. He would never.
No, I'm saying that is a definite common thing for rabbis to memorize the Pentateuch.
It's all this is irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm just making a point.
They don't memorize from A to Z. It's like Christians. You might memorize certain parts, your favorite bit. You don't memorize so and so begets so and so begets so and so begets so and so begets so and so. Don't tell me you do.
You just memorized it yourself. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
This is all irrelevant because I think you already admitted that something can be memorized by a lot of people and still not be from God and still be false. Yes.
I agree. Through logic, I will concede. Through logic, I will concede.
Well, then why are we talking about memorization?
Well, we're saying that can we trust that this book has been handed down to us in the form that your great-grandfather, whoever it was, gave it to you? So
can something be handed down perfectly and still not be from a deity? Lean yes, lean no.
I suppose yes. Logically speaking.
So then now that's irrelevant. Why do you believe the Quran is? We've knocked off memorization. We've knocked off being handed down. We've knocked off these miracles and prophecies. What's left?
There is no book that's been memorized. I've told you that.
The Vedas have been memorized since 1500 BC, and the priests are narrating it even today.
Could you name me one known memorized of the Vedas? Name me one.
So why should we name? There's so many thousands, millions of priests. There are millions of priests who have done it.
Okay, fantastic. That's what you say. Do you have competitions like we do in Islam, where memorizers come together?
Arnold Schwarzenegger outlifted. We could do this in so many different areas. Samson, the strongest man who ever lived.
The point is,
is it Hercules or Samson? We should probably follow Hercules because he's probably stronger than Samson.
It's a very small point, but it's a big one because you guys seem to want to brush it off. Only the Quran has been memorized. Now it's a smaller book. It's a smaller book than
yesterday. No, 2 days ago, I had a professional actor on my show named Scott Clifton. He's on a soap opera. He's an actor for a living. He memorizes 40-page of dialogue for himself for every day of shooting. 40 pages, and he's been doing this for 12 years. Now, he's on a soap opera. Do you think the details and the propositions put forth on that soap opera are true? Because he's memorized 40 pages for every episode for 12 years?
Does he sometimes add in a word or two himself? Change a word. Did you ask him that question?
Yes, I did. And he said they really frown upon that, but I'm sure he has. But you know what, Eats? I'm going to grant you everything you want. Muslims are the only ones who can memorize. Yes. They're fantastic memorizers. I'm going to give you everything you want. That does not mean it comes from a God. Yes?
That's enough of a sign.
No,
Beat that one.
That's a terrible sign. It's terrible. It's not even close.
Hey,
that's a horrible reason. Horrible. I've got to share something.
It's so small, so insignificant that no one else has managed to do it. So let's brush that aside.
Check this out. So this right
we're
here,
gonna brush that aside.
This website right here, real quick, without getting into, I'm taking us off the topic. I just Googled it, right? Of course, the answer of this is a serious thing that I didn't even know, which I'm glad we're finding out about how Muslims are about memorizing. And so the comparison between Jews and Muslims about memorizing their scriptures. No, Muslims have a particular tradition about memorizing their text, right? Just the memorization of these words alone is good. Whereas, for example, in this response to it says, we see, and this is obviously he's an Orthodox Jew and have studied the Kalal and the Yeshiva. We see no value in memorization just for the sake of memorizing it. We study it extensively, going through the entire Torah every year, but studying it with various commentaries so we can come to deeper understanding of it. Merely being able to recite words is not an aim. Merely saying words without understanding what they mean, their implications, their hidden meanings achieves nothing. So they take, in my opinion, it sounds to me, Jews are actually taking it deeper. They're going further with their scripture, like as deep as they can than the Muslim is with the Quran. And I mean,
you say that. Very interesting you say that. The Quran actually tells us to read it with understanding. However, because 80% of Muslims are not Arab, they also want to memorize because they love the book so much. Mm-hmm. And this is something else that someone who's not language Arabic isn't. They still memorize it. So we have.
I know Spanish people in South America who memorize the whole song Hotel California, and every time it comes on, they know the whole song. It's amazing. My dad used to tell me in the bars down there, they know every word to Hotel California. That's a 6-minute song. I mean,
yeah, they love the song so much. They love the song so much that they invest their time into it. So Muslims who don't even understand Arabic have got perfect pronunciation when they not all of them, but they do memorize really expertly. And they do have competitions in every country. In every Islamic country, they have competitions where their memorization of the text is. And the reason for this is to perhaps, because a lot of skeptics do say, how do you know that book is intact from the time it was given to you? And we can say, it's not just about memorization. When you memorize the Quran, and it's not just you pick up a book to read it, you memorize it with someone next to you, sitting next to you. And when you have finished memorizing, they give you a certificate saying that you have memorized this from that person, from the previous person, and you've got a link.
I'm sorry, all this is irrelevant. All this is irrelevant and can be easily dismissed.
It's so irrelevant that it's the minor point, small little point. No one else bothers doing this with their books. Such a minor point.
All irrelevant.
Let's dismiss it. However,
so this is the same thing with tall building claim. This is like if someone outbuilds them and they build something.
It's a sign we have today. It's a sign.
You've already conceded that something can be memorized by a lot of people and still not be true. Yes?
A building can be built without it being called the work of God.
Couldn't God give a better one?
It is a sign. It is still a sign. Memorizing a whole book.
It's a sign of people having a desire to do something and come together.
Yeah, yes. Just like Derek's people who sing songs because they love them. We love the Quran, so I haven't memorized it, but
I'm not interested in those types of signs. I'm interested in the sign whether or not it's true and whether or not it came from a God.
Well, this is a sign, a little sign, a teeny weeny sign that you can't even that you can't even get your mind around.
No, I mean I don't want to downplay that people see this as a seriously significant.
You can't even accept this.
No, I don't. So much look, eats. It's not that we. Here's the thing. That's not sufficient evidence to prove to us, is what we're saying.
It is not sufficient. No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's not like a guy rising from the dead, literally rising from the dead, or an arm actually. Like if those things happened and we actually knew that this was the case, then yes. But real quick, I got to give a shout out. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Trey T. Thank you for that super chat. And then another one real quick here by my friend Gary. Topic discuss. Thank you, Gary. He says, Mormons claim a supernatural ability to rapidly learn languages as they prepare to go on missions. And Mormon missionaries have memorized the heck out of the Book of Mormon.
That's cap.
Must mean it's true. That's a sign.
They haven't memorized the whole thing. They have not memorized the whole thing. No one has. Look, guys, I've got to go. Is there any more questions before I run? Yeah, it's a pity that you were so that conversation with Hamza didn't continue in that same vein afterwards. But anyway, thank you, Derek. I like a lot of your work. Thank you, Pine
Thank you.
Salam alaikum, brother. Bye.
Bye.
Walaikum salam, bro.
Go subscribe to my friend Topic Discuss, everybody. He's got a YouTube channel where he talks about topics and he has discussions. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously. SBD, I think you were trying to say something. Welcome to MythVision. Can you hear me?
Sounds like he's on a ventilator.
He's Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Hey.
I wanted to tell that. Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
Say what?
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
We hear you. Hello?
He's breaking up.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
There you go.
We can hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Talk SD.
Go ahead and talk. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
No.
In India.
Talk.
Yeah. Do you have a question or? Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so I wanted to tell that in India, in the Vedas, where
he was going to say in the Vedas they memorize, I bet.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say that because I come from India, people
So
have
you
been
know.
memorizing it. People have been, I mean, I don't know, I haven't memorized it. I don't have the time for that, but I never had the time for this. But people have been supposedly memorizing it since 1500 BC, and it's still going on. Millions of people have memorized it, at least the religious priests. That doesn't mean anything.
It just means it's important to people.
I can show like a Hare Krishna white convert who is basically narrating all this without understanding anything what's being said. It doesn't mean anything. 80% of the world's Muslims are not even Arabs. Like they just memorize it just for the sake of it. They don't even understand what it is. It's just like a parrot, basically. You've been just training, and people can learn this kind of stuff. Does it show that this is a huge, like this book has a big impact? Yes. Do I think that the Quran is like one of the most important books ever written in terms of like the impact that it had? Absolutely. But it doesn't mean that memorizing it doesn't mean anything, because there are books that have been memorized for way before that. And we know that with the Vedas. And even Buddhism, people do that. So that's no proof.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I could be wrong, but from what I understand, there's particular schools within Judaism that require you to know by heart. I can't remember if it's the whole Pentateuch or not, but there's that's massive. Like the Quran pales in comparison to memorizing the entire Pentateuch. So it would be interesting to see if I wrote him, by the way. I hope to hear back from Rabbi Tovia Singer on this, and just said, hey, so I've got a Muslim saying that Jews do not memorize their scriptures. Like they need to know the first 5 books. Is there anything in Jewish traditions out there that requires that, and has that been done? Which it has been done, but is it something that is like, it doesn't matter, like you said, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I still want to know, though, to point out, like, yeah, this happens.
Because he's going to say, well, the extent, and do they have these competitions? I mean, it's like there's always going to be a moving goalpost, and he had admitted it. So the real question I would have for him is like, well, why does he believe this stuff at all? And does it bother you if a guy like me says, I just dismiss your reasons, like the reasons you've given so far?
Right.
Like Muslims, does that, I hope that doesn't offend you, because you should be able to put yourself in my shoes and say, no, just because memorization, no. Prophecy, no. Light my water-soaked napkin on fire, then we'll talk.
Yeah. Well, that's why he brought that up, because you've said, like, there are things that I know that Matt Dillahunty will say, I don't know what it would take. I mean, probably he's right, but my point is there are things you could do to really get me thinking there's something going on here. And it isn't memorizing a book, and it isn't saying we'll have tall buildings one day or something like that, because that's why I brought up the whole Jewish thing. Christians claim to be in the vein of that Hebrew Bible, and all of a sudden, look at what it did to the world. Does that make it true? And eventually, that's going to be one of the tactics that the Muslims will do, is say, we are the leading #1 religion in the world. We have the most believers. There's the proof that Allah is true and Muhammad is his prophet. That's going to be a thing when the numbers show that Muslims outnumber Christians in the world one day. It's just going to be like their memorizing thing. This is going to be the truth because there's more people who believe in it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, like, what's the definition of those tall buildings? Like, the pyramids existed back then. They were like Buddhist monasteries. There were Hindu temples that were tall. What's the definition of tall? And what if someone builds a building taller than what you have built? Then what?
And what if the construction workers in, where is it, Dubai?
They're from South Asia. They were from South Asia.
But what if those buildings were constructed because of what was written in the Quran?
It's self-fulfilling.
To self-fulfill it, say, look, and this means the Islam is more likely to be true.
Yeah, and what's the definition of tall? Like, you have to say it's 100 feet, 10,000 feet, what? Like, you have to tell us that.
Well, it has to be bigger than the silo on my dad's farm.
We've got a couple people joining us. Hassan and Philoso Poet, welcome.
Do we got some true Muslims in here, not flag-waving phonies?
Hassan?
Oh, Hassan's been on my channel.
I didn't even know you had a channel. Let me go subscribe.
You better go subscribe.
Yeah, Ben, you got to come on and tell me about these extraterrestrials that wrote the Torah, the Quran, and the New Testament.
Yeah, I need to plug you with that information, bro. It's
like, this sounds like stuff I could use.
Jethfa's daughter super chatted and says, "Teeny weeny signs are a virtue." Oh man, and the name is just if you know a Jethfa's daughter story. Oh goodness, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. All right, somebody, Victoria, welcome. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, Victoria.
Hi, Derek.
Philosopher. Hey.
Oh, good. You can hear me okay. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I can hear you, Derek.
Awesome. Did you have anything you'd like to say?
Hey, it's great beat to
Where are all these people on airplanes flying out of Afghanistan?
I don't know.
This is proof. This is proof that the Quran is real. People
Hey, I
are
just
going
wanted to
away.
talk a little bit about the memorization of the Quran.
Please. Yes, go ahead.
So the largest populations of Muslims in the world are Indonesia, India, and Pakistan. I think those are the top three. And none of these countries speak Arabic. And yet you will find people within these countries who memorize the Quran. So that is true. But what the person earlier didn't mention was there are a lot of social incentives to memorize the Quran. So for example, children are sent to madrasas since childhood, and they spend 7 years just rote learning basically to memorize the Quran. So they don't understand the meaning behind those words. For example, I can read Arabic, but I don't understand the meanings of the word. So if you have a tradition which incentivizes learning or just rote learning, then obviously there are going to be people who are going to try and do that. We see that in spelling bee, right? There are spelling bee competitions where people memorize so many different words and spellings. And also in every mosque in Ramadan, there are these prayers called as Taraweeh, where they have to, in the whole month of Ramadan, they have to read the whole of Quran from memory. So that's your incentive right there, is that these imams are, they're constantly trying to make the next imam who can read the Quran. So I don't think there is anything miraculous about that if you have a tradition or a culture like that, especially because most of the people who don't speak Arabic are just rote learning and just memorizing and vomiting those words, I would say.
Any comments?
Man, I just want to say that these religions are written by extraterrestrials. I just want to reinforce that point. Those are the facts.
Well, we've got Makara. I hope I'm saying your name. Welcome to the channel. And as far as it doesn't require a miracle to me for people to really have passions about religious text, religious values, religions in general, especially when it taps into something so deep in all of us. To me, it's not a miraculous thing to say that someone can do that. That's the point I think I'd like to make over and over. But then someone who believes in this will say, you're just rejecting it like you would reject someone who takes Pine Creek's wet towel and catches it on fire. No, that's not the same. It's definitely not the same. Why is it that I keep... Hold on, this person right here, I've been blocking.
Yeah, I don't think you want to pop that up on the screen.
No, I mean, I blocked them already, but I thought maybe I accidentally blocked someone else. I apologize if I blocked someone else. I thought I blocked I don't know how you can check to see people you block, but people are... I see it.
YouTube Studio. Yeah, in YouTube Studio under like community or something.
I don't know. Anyways, I'm sorry. So, people keep popping in and then popping out.
Yeah, I think they're back. I've got mod rights. Let me...
Yeah, help me out with modding these idiots. They're literally ridiculous idiots. I can't help the spam that people are coming in, so apologize there. But anyway, do you agree with me on that, Philoso? I'm going to just say poet.
What, that the religions were created by extraterrestrials? Is that what you said?
No. I'm talking to poet that brought up the whole memorization. Wouldn't you agree with me that the bottom line is it doesn't require a miracle for someone to memorize things that they devoutly follow and believe. I mean, even if it isn't in their same language, I mean, you could learn these things. It doesn't require something like beyond the physical natural world in order to do it.
I mean, we see it happen right now. I mean, the kids in madrasas are rote learning. So I don't think what's special about that.
Yeah, there's nothing special about it. It's called being a hafiz or something, that the more you learn or you're able to recite, you're supposed to get a special reward in heaven. So I don't know, like the exact reward, I'll have to search that, but it's supposed to be like, as he said, like it's a very big incentive for people, like, because they really want to have the next mullah or the next who's really gonna learn all this. So there's nothing special. As I said, people of other religions do it. Hindus have been doing it for over 3,000 years. What does that mean? Like, a Muslim would never accept the argument that Hindus have been reciting the Vedas, therefore Hinduism is true. Why not worship Ganesha then? Huh? So that's a ridiculous claim.
Where does this argument come from? Does it come from the Quran? Because I've never seen that in the Quran. I read the Quran a lot. I've never seen that in this book yet.
I mean, there's something to be said about signs. So when people say signs, that okay, there is a sign for you to believe, what they're looking at is things that are maybe slightly improbable that they can use to confirm their own biases. So they have already formed a conclusion, which is Islam is true, let's say, or Christianity is true. And then they're looking in this world for phenomena that they can attribute to their God. So, for example, prophecy of tall buildings, for example. Tall buildings existed even before the prophecy was made. So there is nothing novel about that prophecy. And just saying something like, okay, we're going to be prosperous, I think like that's what it really means, that the shepherds are going to be really prosperous in the future. It could very well be explained by a leader who's trying to show a dream to people. But there is no timeline to that, right? It doesn't say that exactly on this date, or there has to be some sort of specificity to these prophecies, just like we have novel testable predictions in science. Not that you shouldn't already know about certain things, like tall buildings exist, but you should make a novel prediction that nobody knows in this world. And you have to be specific enough about that. So that's my take on that.
Doesn't the Quran say that Jesus was a sign? I don't know if that links to the conversation we're having, but that's a very big Quranic, like this whole idea of a sign. I don't know if you know about that.
It does call him the word of God, that I do know. It does call him the word of God. It does say that he was born of a virgin, and it, as I said the earlier ones, that he was speaking in the cradle where he says, "Hey mommy, I'm a prophet of Allah, and Allah has sent me to spread Islam," and all that, and he's making birds from clay, and all that kind of stuff is there. So it's again like these are stories that were present in the infancy gospels that was floating around in Arabia. Muhammad hears them. He doesn't know what's there in the real gospel that Christians really follow. He simply believes these stories and adopts them in the Quran. That's really what's happening.
He kind of gives his opinion on them. Here's a controversial thing that a lot of Muslims will never answer. Or maybe they will if they come up on here. Didn't Muhammad marry a 9-year-old girl? It's
cultural. Give him a break.
Stuck for a lot. No. No.
What?
No, he married a 6-year-old.
He didn't have sex with her.
He married her when she was 6. He married when she was 6. And then consummated the marriage at 9. Yeah, sex was at 9, but the marriage was, I think, at 6. So when he was 54, I think. So again, I think
that's a little icky.
It was, look, the problem is when you try to bring this guy in the 21st century. If he lives the 7th century, what he did, that's what men did that at that time. The problem is when you bring this guy. I guess so. I mean, you'll find those kind of things even in medieval Europe, where very 50-year-olds or 45-year-olds are marrying 10-year-olds. So that was commonplace thing at that time.
Because this man is claiming to be a prophet, man. And he claims to be the final prophet. They give him so many titles. He's like a divine prophet, except he's not coming back. Jesus is coming back, right? Which is confusing. So surely his morality should transcend time.
We'll just
Surely.
bite the bullet. Just say it does, and that's the standard, right? And then there you go.
So it's
Then you've got
okay
the
to
Middle
marry
East.
9-year.
So here, let's break that down. So yes, the marriage was at 6. The consummation was at 9. There is a debate in the Muslim community about that. Some people say it's 18, but I won't get into that. But
Okay.
let's say even if you agree that people were doing it back in the days, so it was normal at that time, you cannot judge what happened then by the moral code of today, which is like the argument of presentism that they give. But what they don't tell you is that Muhammad, whatever he did, applies for all places and all times. So marrying a 6-year-old can never be immoral, no matter which century you are in. So if someone wants to marry a 6-year-old today, according to Islam, it is valid. And there is no problem in that. And if you try to argue that's a morally bankrupt way to think about things, then what they would do is the apologist, what they would do is they'll just turn around and say that on atheism, you have no moral code. You don't have any ultimate morality. And they'll try to negate you that way.
Yeah, I've heard Muhammad Hijab make that argument. You know, Muhammad Hijab is like a very popular Muslim apologist. He's very aggressive. And he debated somebody called Cosmic Skeptic. I think it was Cosmic Skeptic. Or something.
Cosmic Skeptic. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very interesting debate.
Yeah, one of them said like the parents gave the consent, so what's the problem? So
you see.
So that's again, I said that's the problem when you try to bring 7th century ideas and try to justify them today. If by 7th century he married a 6-year-old, I find it offensive, but I can still understand that happening during that time. But the problem is when you claim that he's supposed to be followed all times, he's supposed to be followed during the space age, he's supposed to be followed when humans establish a colony on Mars or in Jupiter, then that's the problem that you run into. That you can't bring this guy and his ideas today. They don't have any place. And you see with the Taliban, what's the strict implementation and the correct implementation, in my view, of the religion leads to.
So again, it's plausible. It's plausible that perhaps maybe these Muhammad, the person who spoke to Muhammad, they say it was Gabriel, right? The angel Gabriel that gave him the revelation of the Quran. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that blows my mind. Jabril, no? Here's the thing that blows my mind. Why is it so easy for people to believe that some naked angel with a white halo over his head, wearing white robes, can come down and look after you and give you a revelation?
It's not easy.
No, in fact, for them, it's.
I think that's exactly where you start with Muslims. You start right there with an angel coming down from heaven, down towards sea level, into a cave to talk to a guy. That, I think, even Muslims have troubles believing. Now, they accept it, of course, but that's where you start, and you press them on that, because if that falls, everything after that falls with it.
Exactly. Why hasn't he come again? And why does he only come in specific?
They know all this stuff, though. The problem is that I think that because these claims are so out of touch with our everyday experience of reality, they cause a ton of cognitive dissonance. So then to stay in the group, right, you've got to harden again, like Kalam cosmological argument. Like you'll notice that no normal person is spending any amount of time thinking about the Kalam cosmological argument, how you harmonize. It's just running away from that. Like it hurts people, cognitive dissonance. It hurts. And so they've got to listen to hours of E.F. Dewar. Look how they smashed those guys. It's rational. But
I got to run to pick up my son. Hey, that rhymes. But my advice when talking to Muslims and even Christians, you go right there. You even grant them a God exists, but really an angel in a cave talking to a guy, the very words of God, and he was, come on.
Well, and here's my point. Before you leave, I want you to get this point. Why is it so easy to believe that an angel can give you a revelation, but it's so difficult to believe an extraterrestrial can give you a revelation? Why is that so hard?
I'm more likely to believe an extraterrestrial giving you information than an angel. I'm with you, Ben. That
makes more sense.
But what's more probable, an extraterrestrial, an angel, or people have psychological issues and they can have these this can happen naturally within one's own mind in their own culture. what reason would we actually have to believe these were really given by extraterrestrials?
And if you can get the Muslim and even the Christian to admit it's more likely to be crazy than be God or be a prophet of God, almost all your work is done. But of course, they're going to, as Nathan said, they're going to bring up cosmological arguments, philosophical arguments for God, and he was a trustworthy person, and the minimal facts approach. I mean,
ring patterns, Doug. No one can write a ring pattern.
Yeah.
No one. They're so. Oh my gosh. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I'll be honest with you, because I didn't know how simple the claims were for them. That's a pretty that. I don't know how that convinces people intellectually. It obviously can't. There must be something like we talked about with Christianity. I wasn't a Christian because it was intellectually true, but even Christians are a little more sophisticated in how they
Muslims better start having 10 kids per married couple just to stay flat with their growth. I mean, it's going to come to the point in the next 50 years that the amount of Muslims leaving is going to at least equal the amount of that's being produced through sex, coitus. So my advice to Muslims is have more coitus, because that's the only way your religion is going to stay afloat. I mean, keep growing.
Well, Doug, thanks for popping on, man. Seriously, it's always a pleasure when you join us, dude.
I might go live myself later.
Okay.
And tonight's poker night. Are you interested?
I'm down.
Nathan, are you interested? Oh, this is the middle of the night.
How long is it away from now?
It's going to start in 4 hours 40 minutes, or 5 hours 40 minutes. Yeah, because isn't it like past midnight there already?
Yeah, but I'm off work tomorrow, so maybe I don't know if I want to mess up my sleep schedule though.
If you get up early, but so anybody's welcome. You have to email me. Actually, not anybody's welcome. I take that back. Only the most prestigious are welcome. Only those who have memorized the whole Quran are welcome.
Oh, I'm so screwed.
From back to front.
From back to front, yeah.
From back to front. And
Take
the
care,
Arabic,
guys.
not just cheers, brother.
All right,
See
man.
ya.
Later. Wow.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing, Derek. I think the reason why people have a tough time leaving all this is because they have thousands of years of investments in these myths. They can't accept the fact that people who have lived over past 1,000 years believing this, and they've inherited it from them. Like, how can they all live their life basically on a lie? And that's a more difficult thing to accept, that okay, I've been praying 5 times a day, or I've been doing all these rituals, and suddenly all of this for nothing. Really, I was just literally wasting my time. It's difficult to accept, and it wasn't for me because I was never religious in the first place. I understood, okay, this stuff is rubbish, I won't waste my time over this. But for some others who are very dedicated to their religion, it can be a problem, and it can really be like literally change your life. Like if you really truly believed that there was a God who loves you, and suddenly realize, well, there wasn't never any such thing in the first place. So that's why people find it troublesome.
Yeah, I have a hard time knowing that God, like from what I understand, the idea of God in Islam isn't like the Christian one, where the way Christians interpret it, of course, to say, well, they know that God is a loving God. It's not necessarily that cut and dry from what I understand. It's like they're more deterministic depending on obviously the version, I suspect. But like Allah, you don't even know for sure if you're going to be in paradise, from what I understand, unless maybe, and I could be mistaken here, maybe you guys know more about this, but I know that if jihad, that's like one of the guaranteed tickets. If you're wanting to make sure in the name of God you were doing something we would call horrible, that might potentially get them tickets depending on the version. You might be able to answer this better, but the point I'm getting at is in Christianity, even though they want to say God does not hate, and you can show them plenty of scriptures where yes, God hates. And Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. New Testament, Psalms 5 verse 5, God hates workers of iniquity, abhors workers of iniquity. He clearly hates people. They at least have interpreted it in their mind that God loves everybody, other than Calvinists out there. Can a Muslim really say God loves them and know that? Or What? I don't really know.
Yeah, Islam preaches like a slave relationship, that you're basically a slave of Allah. That's another big problem. Like, it
That
teaches
is
you, it
fact.
basically, yeah, a
Fact.
slave to master relationship when it comes to God and human beings. That's why even if you see Muslims praying, they completely like kneel and bend, just like how a slave would behave in the ancient world, or like that's another big problem, when you're just basically a slave obeying orders. That's I would say kind of, I mean, I don't know if it would be right to say for Christianity, but I think the concept of God in other religions is a little different. That's another, I think, another problem that I found with Islam, is its slave to master relationship that it teaches when it comes to, like, basically God is our owner. Allah specifically, He owns us, and that's where when you see them praying, completely bend on their knee, just like how slaves would behave in the medieval ages. That's how it is. That's another problem with it.
You know, this
Yeah.
came up on Pine Creek's channel, guys, where he was talking about, in one of his videos, in the comments down below, there was a conversation I got involved in, and the guy was like, you know, saying what Islam believes about God and how he looks at humanity. And it sounded like Romans chapter 9 with Paul to me, where Paul,
What did it say?
So, you know, Jacob, I loved, Esau, I hated, you know, the narrative where he talks about, for this very reason, he raised Pharaoh up so he could show his power. And then he says, but then man will ask, you know, but how can he find fault with us if he's doing this, all of it? It's all under his control. How can he blame us? And then that's when he goes, he doesn't answer. Well, first of all, let me tell you, philosophically and sophisticatedly, he goes, who do you think you are? He's like, who are you, oh man? Who do you think you are to answer back to the maker? Does not the maker have the right over the one clay, the lump, the atom, the man, to make one lump a common use, ready for destruction, and another one, a special elect use, he prepares for glory? And he's just being patient with the ones he's ready to destroy. That, I mean, where is that taught other than in, like, even Calvinists don't preach. They don't really, like, they touch on this, but they don't really like, all right, today's sermon is how you're a piece of clay and we're, you know, whatever hell happens, it's all God doing it. No, they shy away from that. They come up with terms like infralapsarianism. Well,
What does that mean?
that simply means that once Adam's free choice to choose sin happened, then God elect and predestined and chose things to happen the way they did. Whereas, like, supralapsarianism is the idea that before Adam fell in the garden, God planned, like, it was his purpose that sin would come into the world so that he would send his son to save mankind. Only the chosen ones, though. And so you got really strong supralapsarians, which are not as many, who think that God predestined people for hell. Most people shy away and say, no. What happened is God just lifted his grace off of them, his common grace. And when he did so, they went off they did wicked. So even the bad people who do bad on earth, God still, like, restrains them with his grace. There's all sorts of stuff, man. It gets complex, but yeah.
Isn't that kind of nihilistic, though? That, like, the first part, that somehow we're predestined for hell, basically, like that God created us and he knew we were going to sin. All of this stuff is orchestrated. He knew all of this was going to happen. This whole madness where everyone is now trying to bring forth their Messiah, COVID, the fall, and all of this is predestined, right? Is that what they say?
Nathan's more into the philosophy stuff, but yeah. I mean, like, it can be what's that term? Fatalistic. It could be
Yeah. That's what it sounds. Again, and he was mentioning earlier about how Islam is basically like about being a slave for Allah. Like, I think the word Abdullah means slave of Allah. I think Abdul means slave, and then Allah means God, slave of Allah. And to be a Muslim, literally the definition or the translation is one who submits his will to do so it's all about submission. That's what Islam is about, and that's why they were so successful when they would conquer. Because as soon as you make someone accept a religion where you make a tradition out of submitting, that's why the bowing and the praying is so symbolic. It's so, again, I'm not even going to bring up the extraterrestrial thing, but these religions were created to control people.
I'm not sure that I think that happens, right? But I think the problem is that it weakens your case when you say it was put together in that way, because I don't think it's like people sat down and thought, what do we know about human psychology that we can use it to control people? I think the
right, because it's genius.
Right? But I think it works at that really effectively, and that's why it catches on. But the motivation behind creating it is often like people who are also like caught up in a bunch of like weird events and stuff, and they're not like consciously sitting down and thinking, how can I like create a religion to control and coerce the masses or something. I mean, specifically in the case of Islam, for example, I mean, like there are historical events and figures who are in there amongst like a particular set of historical events and facts and things. I mean, there's political interests to control people, but it's not. I think these people were probably also genuinely convinced of the religion that they were a part of. When you look at when you look at the studies around cognitive dissonance, which come out of the work of a guy called Leon Festinger, and you see a lot of these modern religions, how they develop, often there are prophecies and things that don't come true. And then because of the cognitive dissonance that's involved with the fact that the prophecy doesn't come true, then people look for like rationalizations, and it actually makes the group's beliefs stronger and more resistant to change. And I think there's just stuff like this happening all throughout history. And occasionally it kind of like spirals out of control. And then there's there's a tradition that emerges and gets handed down or spreads in certain ways. And unfortunately today we're just still left with a bunch of them.
Like one way to approach this, Ben, and by the way, someone wanted to know how to get a hold of you, if there's a way to contact you, Ben.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
How can I talk to Ben, pretty much? So I don't know if you put your stuff out there at all, but
yeah, I've got an email there. I don't really have anything personal.
So just type that in the chat. Type that in the chat if you will, if that's okay. That way they can see it and they can contact you. But just one example. A lot of people will say hell and heaven were created to control people. That's the reason they were created. And I told a buddy of mine, I said, no, they've been used that way. But it's my opinion, and I think scholars would probably agree with me on this, its initial purpose wasn't, I'm going to control people. It turns into something that we find out works. But it's also, if you're a poor guy whose children have died from illnesses, you just have had this horrible life, but you're a righteous guy, kind of like what you see with Job. And here you are living this life, being faithful to God, doing all the things that God says to do. And here you are not rewarded in this life, but Billy Bob over here has 20 wives. He's rich. He owns a castle. Horrible guy. Horrible. Disrespects the gods. Doesn't care. How will Billy Bob get what he deserves, and how will I get what I deserve, since I never got it in this life? So now you have, in a way, I think there's a lot more to this than just this. I suspect psychologically people have postmortem experiences. I think maybe they start to interpret these things in some way, saying they're still living on even after their death. That may play a role, but either way, there's got to be a system to pay me back justice for what I deserve and get that guy for what he deserves, and it's punishment. And so there's this justice and punishment system that can easily be used and hijacked and saying, you're going to hell. Now we can go ahead and let you know where you're going if you don't do what we tell you to do, and vice versa. I don't think it was created with that intent. It's been utilized now.
Right. So it's over time.
Right. And I think there's natural reasons to explain the development of these things. Even going back to animism and moving on from animism to modern religions, polytheism, and then going into monotheism and stuff. So, yeah.
You asked me how. You said I must type my stuff in the chat. How
Did
do
you?
I?
Did you type
it
in
It's in the private chat. I'll put it in the thingy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, type the second one because it has all my details on it. Yeah, just DM me on Instagram, man, or email me if you want. I mean, so again, no human being could have come up with these religions on their own, right? And you have to admit, there's some supreme.
You said no human being could come up with these?
No, I don't think
he's an apologist.
No, just think about it though. I mean, how do you come up with this stuff on your own? As a human, like what? Right?
I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, you're saying there has to be. It's not just like one individual in a box. Like there's all these other influences. Yeah.
And we know that these texts, okay, I don't know about the Quran, but I know with the Bible, all these scriptures were not put together until like maybe later on. I don't know the exact dates, but even the Torah wasn't all in one book until a specific time. I was watching one of your episodes. I can't remember who it was with though, but a lot of scholars say that basically there's a scholar, his name is Michael Heisen, something like that. He deals with the ufology stuff, but basically he was breaking down how the Torah was put together. These texts and scriptures, whatever you want to call them, they weren't put into one book until later, until after all of these so-called events happened, the Great Flood and all that stuff. So again, that's the man-made interference. The man-made interference is compiling them into one book. The Council of Nicaea, putting all the books in the Bible together, that's a man-made interference. I would say Paul and his writings, that's man-made interference, clearly, in my opinion. And
I would argue every text is
From
man-made. Every text. I know you think that
Even
there's an
within the
intervention.
books.
So
Even
these sources, if you divide these sources before they were compiled, these were just guys that were writing their own narratives. That's what I would argue. I would say there would be no reason for an extraterrestrial to come down and say, okay, I'm going to tell you the tradition of Joseph, who had the coat of many colors, who supposedly was sold off by his brothers into Egypt in slavery. Why would an alien need to give that to? Why would any other extraterrestrial planetary being come down to hand someone the tradition of Joseph, which can easily be created by a human? I mean, and look, that's all I'm saying. Like, I've heard the whole Sitchin stuff. Now you're getting into the whole Anunnaki and you get into the Sumerian. But I just did an interview with Dr. Joshua Bowen, who is, he reads this stuff in the Akkadian and stuff in the Sumerian. And he takes a huge jab at the whole ancient alien stuff. And he's like, look, man, it's not what you think. The ancient aliens and the what is it, Sitchins guy, they're all like
Nibiru. The planet Nibiru.
Nibiru. Dude, it's interesting sci-fi type stuff. It's cool fiction, but it's not what these texts actually are saying. And he reads this stuff. So he was talking about Sitchins and the development of Sumerian, understanding Sumerian, the language. His understanding of it, he must not have understood how syllables work together in the language. So he would interpret things like you have milk, cow, sky, Milky Way, and like the way he interpreted them. And he's like, no, the way you understand it. And he's breaking it down in the video on how to interpret the language. So this is why I go to the experts and I want to know, what is it actually saying? At best, you have interesting things when it says the gods came down from the heavens.
Right. Which is right.
But
what's the better theory? What's the better theory, right? That so think about this. Think about if you have two theories about like you're walking down the street and we see a broken window. Okay. Now there's two theories. One is that one person threw a brick through the window because there was something they wanted to steal, right? That's our first theory. Second theory is that one person threw a brick through the window and then a second person came and stole something after them, but two separate people. Third theory is that God did it as a miracle, right? And then which of those do you think is the better theory? Like, how do you think you'd go about deciding between them?
Which makes the most sense and most probable? Like, I'll give you one thing, and then I want to introduce someone that I just met, Apostate Imam, and thank you for joining here. I really think you guys will enjoy some of the stuff that he has to say, and I want to interview him specifically on my channel on the topic. Thank you, baby. She brought some Papa John's. But real quick, I just thought this was interesting. You go far enough back, there are people who worship the sun, moon, and stars, okay? Natural phenomena. Today, if a thunderstorm is bad enough, I'm not going to lie, I get a little bit freaked out. Even with a home and I'm protected, like, you got to imagine that's beyond my power. And in the ancient world, that was a god. That was Zeus. If you were a Greek, that was a god involved in making that thunderstorm happen. Today, would you say that the thunderstorm that passes over the Northeast or the Southeast, every time you turn around in America, like, is that a god constantly doing that? Or are these natural forces that happen and it's not requiring a god? Now, I say that to say, when it talks about gods coming down from the sky, or you see a meteorite, or you see something happening in the heavens, or that stars move in different ways in the heavens, they're not as fixed. Planets move in different ways than stars. Stars are fixed and planets go kind of weird. And they thought these were gods. Now, do you believe that those are gods, or do we go with science and say, you know, okay, these are actually natural, these are planets like what we live on
that we're
out in
looking
the
at.
sky. Yeah.
Okay,
So
right. But again, what I'm referring to is not the Anunnaki stuff. I'm referring to the Billy Meier case, which is a case I don't think you're very familiar with. And I would like to explain that to you maybe after we're done talking to the apostate imam, because I know you want to introduce him.
yeah, I definitely want to, in the light of the topic of the video. Yeah.
Right. But basically what I'm saying is there's evidence. This is not a theory. There's a lot of evidence. I mean, the Billy Meier case.
That's what they all say. I'm not being.
They
I
all
shouldn't
say that,
this.
though, yeah.
I shouldn't say this because
right.
it'll get. It's how you get the defenses up. But every person I talk to, flat earther, Christian, they say, but because I'll say, what would reduce your confidence in that belief? They'll say, but it's not a belief. It's the truth. Everyone says this, right? But you've got to dispassionate. You've got to go. I have beliefs and I have confidence levels about those beliefs, and you've got to be like. I mean, we can get into it in a bit, but you've got to be like, well, what would disconfirm those beliefs? Like, what evidence is it? You've got to kind of dispassionate. You've got to remove yourself from it and just observe those beliefs that you have and be like, what's for it? What's against it? How do we compare these theories?
Yeah. And then we'll look at the evidence that you point out, and then like off the cuff, because I've never looked into this. Let's analyze it together and let's look at this and go, what makes better sense? Is there something else that can explain this data, or is this fabricated? Because some stuff is just after the fact said that it had. Oh, I really had a visit from these extraterrestrials. And let me tell you, there's a guy, like I said, and I'm gonna shut up. There's a guy I'm about to interview, had 100,000 followers right now. If they'll let him come on, because he's extremely screened about who he interviews with. He's a cult leader who says that these extraterrestrials visited him for 6 days back in the 70s. And I can't remember what his name is, but
Michael Shermer.
No, Michael Shermer's a skeptic.
Yeah, but he was abducted by a UFO, wasn't he?
No, Shermer. I don't think Shermer was. It was one of his friends that he wrote about in his book.
Oh, was it? Okay, right.
Yeah,
okay,
and he said that he gave him 13 words, and he wouldn't tell anyone the words. He had to tell the president, but never got to. And then Michael's like, let me take a jab and find out what those words were. Does it have something to do with "they love you"? And he goes, how'd you know? It's like, yeah, you were going through some traumatic stuff in your life. That's why. But anyway, apostate imam. There's a YouTube channel. I didn't link it in the description because I didn't know you were going to pop on. The topic of this video was specifically about pretty much Islam and the problems that are occurring with the ideology here. What we see happening with the terrorists, if you will, if I could call them that, the Taliban that we see going on in Afghanistan and stuff. There's a lot of, I don't even like using the word terrorist because really it's like, what do you mean by that? But like extremists that believe they're following their prophet. And I think that they really do think that they're accurately following them. So would you like to comment on this and tell us a little bit about like where you're coming from?
Okay, thanks, brother, for adding me in your stream. I'm apostate imam. I'm an ex-Muslim atheist. I was a student of Dr. Zakir Naik, and I am a scholar of Islamic comparative religion, Islamic comparative fiqh, and I studied various thoughts of schools in Islam. Studied more than 3,000 books on Islam. And have a great knowledge. I have read Bible, have read the Old Testament and as well as the New Testament. Since when I was a Muslim, my work was to spread Islam. So I used to train people so how they could debate with Christians or with Jews. But later, I realized that I'm following the same Abrahamic cult. So.
I like it.
If you are talking about how people used to see people used to see rainfall and other things, it is mentioned in Jamia Tirmidhi, Hadith 3117, that narrated by Ibn Abbas. Jews came to the Prophet and said, "Oh, Abu Qasim." The Abu Qasim was another name of Muhammad. In Arabia, it was a tradition that people call you by name of your first male child. So the first child of Muhammad was Qasim. So people used to call him Abu Qasim, means father of Qasim. So similarly, we see there are various names in Arab, like Abu Huraira means he always used to have cat. He loved cats, so people call him father of cats. Huraira means cat. So people used to call you by your firstborn child. It's like Abu Talib, who was uncle of Muhammad. So his firstborn child was Talib. So his name, people start calling him Abu Talib. His real name was Imran. So we see the people said the Jews came to the prophet and said, "Oh Abul Qasim, inform us about the thunder. What is it?" These people, Jews, are asking him that what is thunder.
What is
So
it? What is it?
uh, Jews came to the Prophet Muhammad and they
Uh-huh.
asked about that inform us about the thunder. So he said, an angel among the angels who is responsible for the clouds, he has a piece of fire wherever that he drives the cloud, wherever Allah wills. They said, then what is the noise we hear? Then Muhammad said, it is him striking the clouds when he drives them on until it goes where it is ordered. So, according to Muhammad, actually, uh, angels are lashing these clouds and they are shouting, and angels are moving them from one place to another place. But sometimes these fairy tales become a threat for humanity, like Muhammad said in various hadiths, like whoever changes his religion, simply kill him, in Nasai hadith 4063. uh, Muhammad killed so many people. He killed Abu Afaq. He killed Asma bint Marwan. He killed so many people. There is a story that once there was a blind man. He was blind and he used to have a sex slave. This hadith is mentioned in Sunan Abi Dawud hadith 4361 and Sunan Nasai hadith 4075. It is narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas, who is uncle of Muhammad. Who is Ibn Abbas is uncle of Muhammad, and Abdullah ibn Abbas is actually his cousin. So it is narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas that a blind man who has a sex slave. Um, her slave used to rebuke Muhammad. Her slave used to insult Muhammad whenever she heard the name of Muhammad, and she used to abuse him. So he took a dagger and placed it on her belly and pressed it and killed her. A child who came between her legs was smeared with the blood that was there. When the morning came, Muhammad was informed about it. He assembled the people and said, I adjure by Allah, the man who has done this action, and I adjure him by my right to him that he should stand up. Jumping over the necks of people and trembling, the men stood up. He sat before the Prophet and said, Messenger of Allah, I am her master. She used to abuse you and disparage you. I forbade her, but she did not stop. I rebuked her, but she did not abandon her habit. I have two sons from this sex slave, and I used to love this girl, but she always used to insult you. So I took a dagger and I put it on her belly and pressed it, and I killed her by hurting her stomach. And then Muhammad said, "No retaliation is payable for her blood." Means he that Muhammad is saying that this person, he is right. He killed her sex slave because her sex slave was insulting him. So according to Islam, Muhammad is a pathetic person. And then there are so many hadiths. Means he kills so many person, and he kills so many innocent people. Muhammad actually told his follower that in a hadith in Sunan Ibn Majah, hadith 2839, that narrated by Ibn Abbas, that Sa'b bin Jashama, who was a companion of Muhammad, said, "O Prophet, when we attack polytheist people and we attack them at night, their women and children are also killed by those attacks." So Muhammad replied, that there is no issue. These people are from among them. Means it is permissible to kill women and children if you are attacking non-Muslims at night, and they are killed by your attacks. So same thing as Taliban is doing, and
so to be fair, of course, I disagree, right, with their complete worldview. But to be fair, in their minds, they are thinking they're more accurate and true to what the prophet would want them to do, correct?
Yeah.
Could I speak, please?
Yeah, so Eats Eating is also a Muslim, I believe. And go ahead and respond.
Current practicing Muslim?
Yes.
Oh.
I think so. Are you a current practicing Muslim?
I believe in Islam. I believe the Prophet I believe in Allah and his Prophet. And what I've just heard for the past 5 minutes or more is just attack. There's no one knowledgeable enough to actually refute what is being said. And could I just say that the title of your stream with brackets Taliban would be with the name of the Prophet and Allah. We've got Allah, the Prophet, and the Taliban. Now, 56,000, 100,000, maybe more Afghans fighting under the government of Afghanistan's flag have died. And weren't they Muslims? Are you? So that in brackets, the Taliban is unnecessary.
So let me ask you this. Do you believe that the Taliban are practicing Muslims who believe that they're actually following Muhammad?
They believe they're doing that, yes. And
you don't believe they're right, though, right? You think they're all wrong, right?
I don't support the Taliban, no. But everything you've just heard for the past 10 minutes or 5 minutes, where is... So the Taliban yesterday, today, they... Like in 1996, when they took Kabul, they in the first day they strung up the leader of the government in the street. This didn't happen on this occasion.
Kandahar cricket grounds. What's happened in Kandahar cricket grounds today?
Tell me.
Well, there's been reports. There's unconfirmed reports. I mean, I think it's sparse right at the minute, so you can't really say either way. But there's at least reports of executions of people who were in the Afghan National Army, specifically people who were officers in the Afghan National Army, and then also people being punished for crimes in different ways, such as having their faces blackened, tied up, and marched through the streets, which I don't think would have happened under the previous regime.
I haven't seen that. What we have seen is Kabul, and in Kabul, what we have heard is that the Taliban have said to the government, "Go back to work. Your lives and your property is safe." Where do they get those words from? Perhaps they are following. Perhaps they're following the example of the Prophet himself when he conquered. When he conquered Mecca, when he went back to Mecca with his army of 10,000, the Meccans who had been persecuting the Muslims for so many years, the Meccans who had killed his own uncle and the leader of the Meccans' wife, cut out his liver.
So are you defending the Taliban right now? I'm just trying to make sure.
No, I'm not.
Sounds like you're saying they're not really doing bad, though.
I'm asking you, where do these words come from? Your property and your lives are safe. If they are going to abide by that, and so far there hasn't been a bloodbath in Kabul, which there was in 1996. In 1996, when they took over, there was a lot of terrible things happening. Now, if on this occasions they have said your lives and your property are safe, everything has been forgiven. Now, that if they have said that actually, and if they have said that, where have they got that from? They got that from the Prophet, who, when he took Mecca, the people who had been oppressing the Muslims, he told them, if you stay home, your lives and your properties are safe. And some of his supporters said to him, "O Prophet, today is the day of revenge." And he replied, "No, today is the day of mercy." And in the Quran, Derek, you talked about that he's not a loving God. In the Quran, it specifically says Allah is oft forgiving and loving, most loving, in fact.
So do you know that? So real quick, because I'd like to have Apostate Imam respond here real quick. I don't even want to go with anything I have to say. I don't care what I have to say. Apostate Imam, would you like to say something in response to that about where you're coming from?
Brother, firstly, it is mentioned in Sahih Muslim Hadith 395 that one group of my ummah will remain on the path of truth and they will keep on fighting until the day of judgment the day of resurrection will prevail. Okay, so according to Muhammad, all prophecies like Ghazwa Hind, Jesus coming down for fighting, there is the concept of Mahdi. This religion is full of bloodshed, and the reason Muhammad, on the one hand, Muslim may quote things. They may quote things when Muhammad was not in power. He just simply conquered the Makkah, and if he would be killing people, then it would be dangerous. He want to build a psychological pressure, so these people will be converted in Islam. When he conquered the Makkah, he warned those people that you have 4 months. Either you convert into Islam or we will kill you wherever we'll find you, in Surah Tawbah. So according to Muhammad was building the psychological pressure. So slowly people of Makkah start accepting Islam and they converted into Islam. So Muhammad knew that when he conquered Makkah, they are less in number. That's why Taliban, in their initial stage, they are not stable. They are presenting the peaceful Islam. They knew that once they are in power, once they are controlling, they have government, they have enough number of soldiers, they will simply stop women from studying. They will simply stop women from educating, and they will actually suppress people. But right now they are showing a little peaceful version. It's not the peaceful, but Muhammad said in a hadith which was wrote by Imam Shafi in Kitab al-Umm, that every war is a deception. And so people are misinterpreting Islam. He said, whoever changes his religion, kill him. I give the example that when a sex slave was insulting Muhammad and his master killed him, Muhammad said that there is no blood payable, means there is no revenge for her. So there is sex slavery, and there are 3 conditions in Islam. Okay, Muslims said that there is no compulsion in religion. Okay, these were the Meccan verse when Muhammad was not in power. When Muhammad came in power, there were 3 options: that you should ask people to accept Islam, and you could attack them at night, you could capture their women, you can make them sex slave, and even you have to make those sex slave pregnant. That is called uzul or coitus interruptus. There are so many hadiths about coitus.
I mean, can I just sort of interject slightly? Because we are talking about sort of history. Okay, hello to everyone, by the way. We are talking about history. And so when you're saying Muhammad did this, Muhammad did that, can you prove historically that he did that? Because you're sort of presenting Muhammad as a sort of a warlord that actually existed and did those things historically. But can you even prove the veracity of the hadith to begin with? Otherwise, I have no reason to sort of believe he did any of those things. I'm not talking about the existence
I think as a Muslim, though, if you were a Muslim, you would be committed to those things, right? I think that this is the point.
Excuse me, can I interrupt here? We are Muslims. I am a Muslim. Now,
no, yeah, I mean, but I'm trying to clarify the dialectic, right? Because I think
I will tell you something. Can you?
Oh, I know. I will let you talk. Now, I just want to clarify a point, just to. So I think the historian's objection is just to say. Yeah. Well, historically, did any of these things happen? But Apostate Imam's point is to say that for a Muslim who's committed to the contents of the hadiths, right, then this is what follows. And so his objection is an internal critique
Okay.
rather than
I will.
So, but
I will.
would you
I will
admit,
accept.
apostate
I will
imam,
accept.
that,
I will accept that these things can be found. These can be found in the literature that we have. However, you have to have scholars look at what the veracity of these claims. We check the reliability of the sources. For example, one of the sources, kill the person who changes their religion. One of the sources for that is Ikrimah and Imam Malik. Now, these are nuanced things which a lot of your viewers probably won't be interested in. However, Imam Malik, who's very prominent in Islamic scholarship, he said that we can't trust Ikrimah. So some of the narrations that you have presented, we cannot trust. Apart from Ikrimah, there are.
May I interject?
But can I just finish?
Hold on.
We need scholars. We need scholars to actually point out.
Vicky hasn't spoken at all, so I'd like to hear what she has to say real quick.
Hi, everybody. Sorry to interject. I've been listening for a while now, and I was having a bit of a trouble with my StreamYard before. Just to quickly say, I am currently an on-the-fence theist after 22 years of being a Muslim. Recently moved away from the faith due to basically the conversation that is taking place tonight, which is that, in a sense, both eating and apostate imam are absolutely correct in that you do have the Quran, which stands alone as a philosophical, poetic tome in the original Arabic. And part of the problem, after studying classical Arabic for the past 20 years, is that it can't be understood literally, as it very often is in terms of English translations or Urdu or Malay. And unfortunately, apostate imam is also correct that there's a huge body of hadith and sunnah which was written about 260 years after the time of the Prophet Muhammad, and epistemologically that cannot be found to have any solid grounding. Unfortunately, if you look into the hadith, the collection of the hadith, the contradictions in the hadith, they all show that there is a warlike military complex which came about through the hadith being compiled through 3 Islamic civil wars. And they all present Islam in a very aggressive, defensive, and in many cases to go for attack first, in the way that they deal with outside nations and people that apostate to Islam or people that blaspheme against Islam. So in terms of, can there be an absolute understanding of Islam? My conclusion is that the main problem with this, in terms of the conversation that we're having tonight, in terms of the Taliban, is that there are as many versions of Islam as there are people that take their shahada. It's just that simple. And to say that there is one type of Islam or that there is one truth in Islam is the same issue that you have in Christianity. You've got thousands of sects in Christianity now, and you've got thousands of sects of Islam. And it's not possible to say there is this one type of Islam that is correct and everything else is wrong. And to be quite honest with you, after 22 years of just being sick of the infighting and sectarianism in Islam, and also to be appalled by the behavior of groups like ISIS or the Taliban, which I want to have no association with as a liberal, secular human being, I've had to move away. And whether or not I have some sort of ontological idea of an essential being, to go from that to is Islam the way to live that in my life, I can no longer stand by that. And that's really just what I wanted to say, guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. And I wanted to give you a chance to speak. Yeah, that was well said. I really do appreciate that. And real quick, let's give a voice here to the GOAT. Welcome to MythVision. And did you have a word you'd like to say? And then I'd like to have the historian and then apostate imam. We can go from there. Okay.
Yo, my fault. I'm driving. I can't talk right now.
Okay, you're just listening?
I'm listening.
Okay, the historian. So I by the way, I respect your question, the historian, and I'm sure even apostate imam will respect what you're trying to say, and I get that. And like what you're asking is, what's the historical reliability? Like, how do you know that this actually happened? And I get
I think I think the question about are the Taliban doing what Muhammad did, I think it's framed in a wrong way, because it assumes that he even did those things. So I think a better question would be, can Taliban justify their behavior through the Hadith literature? And I think the answer to that would be yes. But can they are they doing what Muhammad did? That is not something which can be proven. And to even make assumptions that, oh, Muhammad did this, or look, here's a Hadith, Muhammad did that, it's foolish, because many of the Hadith came 230 years later through 7 eyewitness reports, through 7 chains who were not eyewitnesses. The people who authenticated them, they lived hundreds of years later. We don't have original manuscripts, and so on. So we can't say Muhammad did those things anywhere.
If I could ask, I'd like to ask you a question in particular, though. So, like, for example, I can argue, like, did Jesus actually do something, right? If you ask 99.9% of Christians, they believe that happened. They believe in the New Testament, let's say, for example, as an analogy. My question, because I don't know a lot about Islam, is do 99.9% of Muslims believe the Hadith and the writings, or do they like go, hold on, we're not, the Hadith is not a big thing. It's a very minority of Muslims that believe in the Hadith, that those are accurate portrayals of what Muhammad did. And if most of them do believe that this is what he did, then whether he did it or didn't, and I do like what you're doing, because I'm into the details as well. Like, I like to know, like, did he really do that? Come on. Why did that get written then, et cetera, et cetera. The question then still stands, though, on what apostate imam's trying to say is, like, if you believe this to 99% of the Muslims out there, then how can you condemn what the Taliban are doing right now if what they think they're doing is accurate, based on all of the things that supposedly Muhammad did? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, so from that perspective, so if you ignore the history part of it, whether he actually did or not, do Muslims believe that he did those things? And I think the answer to that, it would also be no, because what we're doing here is we're taking isolated reports. Many of them in Arabic is known as a Khabr al-Ahad, which means a single chain. So one person, I heard from that person, heard from that person, and it's just these reports. And as Eating mentioned, that hadith does come from Ikrimah, and he was a person who rebelled against the government, and he was a terrorist, essentially. And so these are the people that did narrate it. And some of these people, you can authenticate them to an extent, but and I think that is a part of the process. We shouldn't take a hadith on face value before knowing the true context and whether it's even accurate. There are many things historically that are written down, but historically they're weak, and the hadith are no different. And I think we should take the actual position of what scholars say and the strongest position in order to find out what Muslims believe, rather than going to a text and saying, oh, look, we found this, therefore Muslims all act according to it, when most likely do not.
May I come in here?
Yes.
Yeah, so as a Muslim for 22 years, I absolutely agree with what the historian just said, that, unfortunately people go through the thousands and thousands and thousands of hadiths that are out there, many which contradict each other, and pick up on one and say, well, this is what Islam says, so this is what all Muslims believe. I would just backstep slightly and say that, most Muslims in the world these days are actually Sunni Muslims, which by definition means that whether they know it or not, they are actually following theologically the Sunnah, which is the Hadith and Sunnah often get interchanged. Hadith and Sunnah mean example or story, Sunnah being specifically the example of the Prophet Muhammad, Hadith being example or story. And actually they both get combined into the narrations or the reports that we have through the various Hadith schools, Shafi'i, Hanbali, and this is where the madhabs or schools of Islam come from, because various schools in Islam will take a particular section of hadith and say, well, we prefer this section of narration, and they will become the Hanbali school, or we prefer this section of narration and they will become the Shafi'i school. You then have the Salafis in themselves, who many of them reject the later narrations, and they'll only abide by the narrations of the first 3 generations. Some of them reject all of the madhabs in themselves. So it's a very, very complex picture within Islam. So to say that you have one set of hadith that all Muslims follow is completely incorrect. And I think this is why you see such a massive difference in the way that people practice Islam across the globe. Some being very peaceful, some being, quite frankly, fundamentalist idiots. And this is really the problem that we've got in Islam today, which is why, and in my own sort of naive defense from 22 years ago, I would go to the Quran on its own and see quite a peaceful, plausible text in my eyes, not really being aware of the whole vast body of hadith, which is quite frankly abhorrent and not suitable to 21st century civilized society. So the historian's absolutely correct. You can't just take hadith on face value and say, oh yes, this applies to all Muslims. But equally, do Muslims know about hadith? Some of them will have their favorite hadith. It might be talking about a smile is charity, which, on the face of it, there's nothing abhorrent about that. That's a lovely hadith. You'll then have other hadith that will say that, if a woman walks in front of a man when he's praying, then it's like a dog, and it really derogatory stuff. And then, there'll be certain men of the more misogynist persuasion that will like to pick on those hadiths. So it's almost like there are as many hadith as people that want to create their own version of Islam around it. I would just say that most hadith were built in a 9th century Persian framework. The Abbasids, the Caliph of the Abbasids, was the one that actually commissioned the formation of the collections of the hadith. So most of the 9th century social norms, such as covering the face or clothing styles, or it was acceptable for various laws around cutting off hands, or quite totalitarian ideas of discipline, really are kind of embedded into the hadith. So do most Muslims know about it? I would say they actually most subscribe to it without knowing that they're subscribing to it.
I'm just showing this real quick. Thank you for sharing that. This right here, is this one of the crazy hardcore hadith? Nathan?
I mean, yeah, obviously I don't speak Arabic, but it's one of the ones that sorry, I forgot your name, Apostate Imam. I don't know if you mentioned it, but it was one of the ones that
yes,
he
I
mentioned
mentioned
before.
this hadith. I mentioned this hadith.
Wow.
Just as an example of, I mean, it obviously take it in light of what, and I've lost everyone's name. So I think it was it Zoe? Sorry,
Vicky.
Is it Vicky?
Vicky.
So, yeah, that's it. What obviously in light of what Vicky said, where it seems like you can almost pick and mix your hadiths and make your own theology, right? But
absolutely.
If I could just slightly interject with this hadith, it does mention Qatada in the chain, and he is not generally a reliable narrator to begin with. Not saying that many people don't act according to this hadith, but that this is the sort of point that I was making. If you take this on face value, we'll say, yeah, look, this is an Islamic teaching. But if you actually look at the hadith, it's got a weak narrator. And when it does have a weak narrator, many schools of law won't use this as evidence.
But historian, even the narration science, the science of isnad or ilim rajil in itself is increasingly being critiqued in the way that we can, the so-called science is basically, were they a good Muslim? Were they somebody that could be relied upon at the time? And I mean, that isn't a science that would pass in the modern age, is it? So absolutely. I hear what you're saying about the Qatada and whether or not they were considered to be reliable narrators at the time. And one of the very quick things I did want to say as well is that there is an increasing movement within Islam called Quran only or Quranists. And there's a huge backlash against that within the traditional Sunni community who see that as a sort of form of apostasy. But there is a sense within that community, and I was interested in that for a while, but I've since moved away from that in my own way because I just can't see, even epistemologically, the sort of fixed grounds for the Quran being an authentic document. And the more study that I've done on the actual origins of the Quran, the fact that the dialectic marks weren't in origin in the original text that we have.
What are dialectic marks? Sorry, could it? I don't know much about this.
Yeah. So in English we have vowels, so A, E, I, O, U, and we have our consonants. And all Arabic words have got something called a triliteral root. So a triliteral root is basically, so for example, the word beat. People often say, "Oh, the Quran says you can beat your wives." Well, the triliteral root is dara habunna. And that's dara ba, that's 3 consonants. Now, the way that the dialectic marks, so a sort of line above would be an a line below would be an e. They did not exist in the first written down versions of the Quran. So they were added later by the 3rd Caliph Uthman. He actually burned all the prior versions of the Quran that were actually in existence at the time. And he insisted upon all Qurans being basically the same, and he compiled one Quran. And he basically said, well, if it's in terms of other documents that existed, he said, oh, well, if it's not in the Quran, we don't need it, and if it is in the Quran, we don't need it. And they were actually fueling the baths in Alexandria for about 10 years on all the documents and parchments that they collected from around the Muslim world at the time, all the conquested lands. So we have a huge gap in Islamic history. And this is something, again, that most Muslims don't know. They're not taught this. I've spent a long time in the Middle East, in North Africa. My husband, my ex-husband is Algerian. And when you spend time in those countries, you realize that whilst, going back to the sort of start of the conversation where people were talking about rote learning, whilst Muslims might memorize the Quran, do they understand how it's come about? Do they understand its origins? Do they understand the problems with the history? Absolutely not. And it's taken me 22 years in terms of Quranic scriptural criticism to get a handle on that myself, to be quite honest with you, because it's a really niche area and it's not written on extensively. So it's only when you actually really go into that depth that you can begin to understand that in the same way you've got problems in Christianity with the origins of the Gospels, and, was one Gospel even correct, or was it written later? We know that the Septuagint wasn't written until, hundreds and hundreds of years later. We can probably have the same argument with the Quran, although that would be considered an apostasy thing to say, because most Muslims think that the Quran is divine and it's in its original form. And I have to say that in my early years of Islam, I probably believed that. And it's only since really looking into it that I can now honestly say that that was a really misguided idea based on the lack of information about how the Quran was actually compiled.
Well, look.
Hello, Vicky. Hold on for a second. I want to add something. Quran is not actually preserved. We see in Sunan ibn Majah, Hadith 2553, that there was a verse of stoning. The second Caliph Umar is saying that I fear when, after a long time has passed away, someone may say that I did not find the verse of stoning in the Quran, but he said, at the time of Muhammad, I read this verse in the Quran: if an old man or an old woman commits adultery, stone them both. So this verse is now nowhere to be found in the Quran, which Sunan ibn Majah Hadith 2553 is saying. And there are so many things, like there is another Hadith in Musnad Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal 8453. 21207, and Abdul Rahman said that this hadith is sahih in his book Musannaf hadith 599. Imam Ibn Hibban in his sahih hadith 4428, Mustadrak lil Hakim hadith 8068, and Imam Bahaki in his book As-Sunan hadith 16911, that Ubay bin Ka'b asked a person, and his name was Zir bin Hubaysh. He asked him, how many verses you read in Surah Al-Ahzab? He said, I read 73 verses. He said, just 73? At the time of Prophet Muhammad, this surah was as long as Surah Al-Baqarah. And we also used to read this verse in this surah, that if an old man or old woman commits adultery, stone them both and punish them without any mercy. This is an exemplary punishment from Allah, who is the most wise, the most powerful. So even in Sunan ibn Majah, Hadith 1944, Aisha told that when the Prophet died, we used to have that verse of stoning in the Quran. But when Prophet died, we were busy in his funeral, and suddenly a sheep came and he ate those paper when it was under my pillow.
My dog ate my
So
homework.
I agree,
and
apostate
yeah,
Islam. Everything
in
you're saying, I absolutely agree with,
in
and this is the point that I've been making.
in
But the
Sahih
problem is,
Bukhari,
most Muslims don't believe that. Most Muslims believe that
I
when
am
the
making a
Quran,
documentary. I will also translate that documentary in English. That how Abbasid came up with their false religion, Islam. Means it is the religion. It's a man-made religion introduced by Abbasids.
the
They
Abbasids, I
introduced it.
agree.
Yeah,
But as I
because
said
there are
at
so
the
many
beginning,
facts. There are so many facts in history. If
But
allowed
what does
to
the
speak,
Quran say, apostate Imam? The Quran says that this has been preserved, and most Muslims take that literally.
that's
That's the
bullshit.
problem.
no, but I think what I mentioned at the start,
That's
like with the Hadith, epistemologically, they came 300 years later, and now you're using documents which came 300 years, every single one of the Hadith, with the exception of Mu'tah of Imam Malik, which was 120.
And this is the circular reasoning.
No, but then what you're doing is you're using documents which came 300 years later, and then you're saying, oh, look, the Quran isn't preserved because from the time of the Prophet.
I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm saying that from a Muslim perspective, I did clarify I'm no longer a Muslim. I've moved away from that now.
I'm responding to apostate Imam for that. That you can't really use that as evidence. Because it's too late.
The Quran itself, which I'm not talking about the Hadith, the Quran itself, which is an earlier document, there is a leaf of the Quran that's been found in Birmingham, which they do believe can be carbon dated to around the time of the Prophet Muhammad, about 570 AD. So there isn't a lot of critique about the age of the Quran. There is a huge amount of critique about the age of the Hadith. So the Quran itself as a document may well be older than the Hadith. That has to be recognized. And within the Quran itself, it says that it's been preserved. So when you challenge a Muslim, i.e. not myself, that the Quran hasn't been preserved, they will say, but the Quran says it's been preserved. It says it's going to be preserved in the Quran. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. So when Derek asked before, what do most Muslims believe? Most Muslims believe that the Quran is divine, that it has been preserved, and that
that's completely fine. But
but then
what I'm saying is that the idea of saying stoning or this verse was longer, these aren't valid criticisms. Then.
No, they're not,
because these are too late.
Yeah, this is all circular reasoning, and this happens when people are talking about Muhammad, when people are talking about the revelation, because even the history of Muhammad comes from the Hadith. So when you're talking about anything we know about the Prophet Muhammad, anything we know about the history of Islam, most of it comes from Tabari, most of it comes from Ghazali, most of it comes from the later writers. And this is why you get really, really stuck when you try to talk about Islamic history, because the only sources we have from Islamic history are actually about 260 years later. The only exceptions to that are the likes of Ibn Hisham and Ibn Hishaq. But they themselves, which were writing about 60 or 70 years after the time of the Prophet, they actually give warnings themselves about the nature of their own reports in their writings. So you're absolutely right, the historian, to start saying, well, this verse is longer or that verse is shorter, or did the goat eat one of the leaves of the Quran? We can't be certain about any of that, because that all comes from later narrations. All we've got, if we wanted to go back to the very, very original documents of the Quran, are about 60 or 70 leaves of palimpsests, which have been written over and layered over and layered over, with the dialectic marks on some, not apparent on others. And that doesn't give us a lot to work with about knowing what the actual original Quran said. And that's the honesty, that's the honest position. If most Muslim scholars were to go back to Islamic history, they couldn't really put their finger on enough material to actually say what the original Quran said, or even any history of the Prophet Muhammad, other than some third-party external sources from the likes of the Romans who talked about the Mohammedans, or I think there's a rock inscription in Saudi Arabia which talks about a mosque that was erected in around sort of 7 or 8 years after the Prophet Muhammad died. So, you know, there is really so little source material. And this is what the Hagarists go to. The Hagarists try to say, oh, Muhammad never even existed because there's no sort of records of him, or there's so little source
Would this
material.
guy, is this guy one of those guys?
That Robert Spencer, yeah, he's one of the Hagarists. Yeah, exactly. And they really point to the lack. Now, they've pretty much been sort of dispelled now, Derek. They've pretty much been put to bed now, because there is enough information to sort of suggest that there was a chap called Muhammad at some time in that period of, in that sort of era within the Middle East. But again, I mean, you can look into the work of Dan Gibson, who's an archaeologist, and he's done a huge amount of work on actually, it's a theory and lots of Muslims don't like it, but it actually suggests that the original birthplace of Islam was in a place called Petra, Jordan. And it looks at the Nabateans and the history of the Hajj that they had to the actual Rose City of, and talk about the correlations in the geography and history of Petra. And actually, if you look at the name of the city, which was Becca, if you understand Arabic and how to write Arabic, remembering that those dialectic marks were not in the original Quran, as I mentioned before, the difference between Becca and Becca or Petra is literally one dash or one dot. So it could very easily have been that they were talking about a city. And Dan Gibson got a brilliant documentary called The Sacred City, which you can find on YouTube if anyone's interested. It's really, really good.
I have to butt in real quick because
go on.
first of all, no, you're fine. Apostate Imam, real quick. I want to have all of you make your final statements here because we're going on almost 4 hours, right? I don't think I've ever done a live on this channel that long, by the way. This is such an interesting topic, and I thought it was necessary. Topic. I love this. And look, I've been focused on Judaism and Christianity forever. I will still always be interested in those conversations, but you can't have 2 of the 3 pillars of Abrahamic faith and not deal with the third as well. Plus, with everything going on right now, it's like, hey, people need to be aware of this. I like to call it a cult. I mean, it is. I deal with nothing but cults all the time. Please do me a favor. Email me. I'm in contact with Apostate Imam. Vicky, email me. You're full of wonderful insights and stuff to dig into, and you know your stuff. The Historian, email me. I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say to get deeper into this conversation, because I'm ignorant on this topic, and I would be glad to go to the PhDs and experts in the field that are critical. If we could find textual critics, I am all about interviewing textual critics, because I think that goes right to the source and it shows you what the real deal is, and then let the audience who's watching interpret that and let them like go, whoa, I never thought about that. Or if they have thought about it, maybe a Muslim might come across and go, is that true? And then look into it. So I really want to do that. With that being said, I want to give everybody a chance to have something to say real quick. Super chat. My friend Arjun says, interesting show, talk show. May Prophet Nathan curse all violent extremists. No, but I seriously appreciate it. Every one of you are full of insight. So if you don't mind, let's start with Nathan, since you were called out on the super chat with your final comments, and then let's do more of this on MythVision.
Yeah, firstly, I just want to curse all violent extremists for $4.99. I think the meta point to take away from all of this is, as fascinating and interesting as it is to learn about the historical events and the textual criticism and stuff behind religious beliefs, is the sort of epistemic problems of, firstly, having these really costly beliefs that are at the kind of core of our identity, our morality, and that we're heavily invested in. The nature of justification surrounding those beliefs. So what are those justificatory strands for those beliefs? And how do we come to kind of like assess the reasons we hold those beliefs for? So this isn't just a problem for religious beliefs. This is also a problem when we look at psychoanalysts who are in like Freudian tradition. There's loads of cases in America of like satanic there's like the satanic scare where loads of people in daycare centers were prosecuted, but they never actually did anything wrong. It was just around a load of kind of this like pseudoscience of memory retrieval, and the people who were practicing it. If you said you didn't have any memories, then you were just repressing it. If you said you did have memories, then you did have memories of these horrible things that happened, and there were loads of cases and moral panic and stuff around it. But this is like a paradigmatic case of where basically we're really bad at looking at disconfirming evidence for beliefs that we hold dear. And when we're invested in them, it becomes even more painful to find out about that disconfirming evidence, and that can kind of drive us more deeply into them. And I think that, I mean, for me as a Christian, for other people in other religious traditions, they've discovered this. When you become invested, your identity in certain religious beliefs that inform the way you act, you begin to kind of, well, you either don't look at the disconfirming evidence, or the disconfirming evidence becomes painful. You know, you identify with an in-group, those skeptics who have these questions there in the them group, everything they say is wrong. You dive into all these like philosophical arguments and things. And I think the reason that it's important that we come to look for this disconfirming evidence, that we come to assess those beliefs that we hold dear, is because they inform the way that we act. And this isn't to say that all Muslims are like this, or even atheists can have these problems of holding these beliefs too dearly, and it can affect the way they act negatively. But we see in groups like the Taliban, for example, as a paradigmatic case of when people hold these beliefs too dearly, of an epistemology that's really pretty crap at forming true beliefs or coming to consensus. You know, you've got all these people with different theologies, but still will lead people to chopping off people's hands and arms and selling them into sex slavery and stuff like that. Not because it's Islam, but just because it's a terrible epistemology and way of forming beliefs about how we should behave as people and so forth. So that's the point I want people to focus on. And if you are a Muslim, I'd say try and look at that for that disconfirming evidence, like the things that Vicky's been saying. I think might be, you know, some questions to maybe raise and start to look in that direction.
Thank you. Apostate Imam, would you like to give us a closing statement on this conversation? And we're going to be doing interviews in the future too, discussing these. So.
Yes, brother. First of all, Islam doesn't give you freedom of speech. Most of hadiths are narrated by Abu Huraira, but he himself says in Sahih al-Bukhari, hadith 120, that I have memorized two kinds of knowledge from Allah's messenger. I have propagated one of them to you, and if I propagated the second, then my throat would be cut off. He's telling that I will be killed. So he's not even safe at the time of companion of Muhammad. And we see most of the companions of Muhammad died killing each other. The wife of Muhammad, Aisha, fought with Ali, known as Jang-e Jamal. Ali fights with Mawiya, known as Jang-e Siffin. And then so many people fought with Ali, known as Jang-e Naharwan, Battle of Naharwan. So there are so many things, and Islam is stolen from Persian culture. Means we see most of the narrators of hadith, or most of the authors of books, they were Persian. Most authentic, six most authentic books known as Sitta among Sunni Muslim, only Abu Dawud belongs to Saudi Arabia, but all of them are non-Arabs. All of them are Persians. All of them are living in Persia, and we see there are only three prayers mentioned. There are three timings mentioned in Quran for timings of praying. That is in Surah Nur, chapter 24, verse 58. That is the morning prayer and the night prayer. In Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 238, we see that the middle prayer is mentioned. Some Muslim interpreted it as Asr, means the evening prayer. So only three prayers are mentioned, which might be stolen from Jews, because they also used to perform tefillah and like Saharit, Mincha, or Mariv, or Arvit. So there are three prayers in Jews. And according to Zoroastrians, there are five prayers. Means Havan, Rafitan, Uzrin, Avestutrim, and Ushan. And Islam stole all these prayers. Means first they tried to copy themselves from Judaism, but then they tried to copy a few things from the Persian culture. They mixed those things. They stole a few things from Christianity, and we have those things. And even the polytheist people, the pagans of Arab, Saudi Arabia, before Islam, they also used to pray prayer. It's mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, Hadith 1981, that Abu Huraira said that Prophet told me that I should observe three things. I should fast for 3 days in every month, and I should offer the Duha prayer. Duha prayer is the prayer which Muslims used to pray before Zohar. That is the afternoon prayer. And this prayer, according to various different tafsir, that people before the origin of Islam, they used to pray those prayers, even pagan people. And the first Islamic book, that was Sirat ibn Hisham, that was wrote at the time of Abbasid people. Means Abbasid introduced Islam. No books were written before that. No Islamic scripture were written before that. And we see there are so many things. When Abu Bakr was trying to compile, hadith. When he was trying to compile Quran, okay, so Umar was forcing him that you should compile the Quran. We don't have any copy of Quran. So Abu Bakr was disagreeing, but when he agreed that okay, we should compile the Quran and we should collect the Quran, not compile, then when they were collecting, the Umar told that I found the last verse of Surah At-Tawbah from only one companion, and his name was Abi Khuzama, and it's mentioned in Bukhari Hadith 4986. So the history of Quran shows that this book is not preserved. The stoning is lost, and Islamic geography is false. The world geography is false. Means we see that companion Khubayb is eating grapes in Mecca when he was captured, when he was spying on Meccan people, in Bukhari Hadith 3045, 3989, and Hadith 4086. So grapes don't exist there. And when a girl saw him that he's eating grapes, she was shocked, and she thought that it's not the season of grapes, so might be God have providing him grapes. But she didn't say that grapes don't exist here. And there are so many things, like when Muhammad conquered the Makkah, he told that no one should cut the grass of Makkah. Okay, so grass exists there. So one person stood and he told that, oh Muhammad, we use the grass of Askar in our homes, to build our houses, for shade when we bury our dead ones. So please allow us to cut this grass. So he said, okay, you could cut this grass. In Bukhari Hadith 1834, 6880, 4313, and Hadith 3189. And there is another strange hadith that's in Sahih Bukhari Hadith 3926, 5654, 39263, and 1889. That when Abu Bakr and Umar, when they migrated to Medina, and when Bilal also migrated to Medina from Mecca, when Islam was not in power, so both Abu Bakr and Bilal, they got sick. They got sick in fever, and they were having high fever. So Bilal was cursing Meccan people that because of them we left our houses, because of them we left our place, we left our city. And he said that, oh God, I want to go to Makkah so I could spend a night over there on the grass of Askir and Jalil, and I want to drink the water from the fountain of Mijana. So these hadith shows that this history is false. There is a fountain, there is water, there is grass, there are grapes. So this whole history of Arab is false. Means according to Islam, this city is Makkah, is the city, is the mother of all city, and it's the main route where people used to travel. Because we see when Ibrahim, which Muslim call Ibrahim, when he took his wife Hajar, and his actually sex slave Hajar, not wife. So when he took his sex slave Hajar and his son Ishmael, to the city Mecca. So when he left them, there was a tribe known as Jurhum. They were traveling. Okay, they were traveling from the city, and this city was nothing but it was a desert. Why these people why this tribe is traveling, why this caravan is traveling to sell their stuffs from this place? This is not the city which people could use for traveling. And it's mentioned in the Quran in Surah Hud chapter 11 verse 89 that Muhammad is saying that, oh, my people, I fear that just because of disbelieving me, God may punish you like he punished the people of Noah, Qawm Nuh, like he punished Qawm Hud, Qawm Saleh, people of Saleh, and people of Hud. And people of Lut are not far away from you. Means it is telling that the place where people of Lut, Prophet Lut, they are not far away from Mecca. Okay, this shows that they are near to Petra, but they are not near to Mecca, because Mecca is far away from the people where from Sodom and Gomorrah. This place is pretty far. And we also see in Quran, Surah Safa, chapter 37, verse 137 to verse 138, that you people travel day and night from those places where we send or punishment. And don't you have brain to use your intellect? That's Quran is telling. Means Muslims used to travel, people of Mecca used to travel day and night from those places, but it shows that whole history of Islam is false. But somehow Bible is little more accurate. I don't believe in Bible, but if we see book of Genesis chapter 21 verse 21, that it was the valley of Paran, where Abraham kept his wife, kept his sex slave Hajar and Ismail. So, and people
apostate, wrap it up, brother.
Yeah.
I've got to let 3 other people, and then
Okay, we will
here's
do
the
a
thing.
separate stream.
You and
do
me,
a separate stream.
Yes, yeah,
on
you
this
have
issue.
a lot of information that we need to get into. So thank you so much, and I'll write you on Twitter. The historian, if you don't mind, let's wrap it up, guys.
Yeah.
Try not to go too long, but please, all of you, write me, email me if you would.
Yeah, I'll just sort of like go over the points I made. So the historicity of the hadith is very clear, or they can't be established because they're very late. So to even use them as criticism for anything, in my opinion, is quite weak, and it's almost being dishonest, because you're sort of back projecting things written hundreds of years later and saying, oh, look, Muhammad is terrible because these reports that came 300 years later mention this. So I don't think it's very good evidence, and in any other circumstance, it would very clearly be rejected. Now, when it comes to Muslim belief and Muslim practice, it's very easy to sort of find isolated hadith or opinions of scholars where you find some barbaric practice. But many Muslims likely won't act according to it. Most Muslims probably aren't even aware that these hadith exist. And it's just not part of how they practice religion. Like similarly, you can go to the Talmud and you can find a lot of nonsense about abusing children and so on, and treating non-Jews unfairly. Yet most Jews do not act according to that. So I think we need to be honest, and I think we need to also give Islam sort of credit where credit is due, particularly in the Quran, where it actually encourages emancipation throughout the Quran, and I think it's one of the major religious texts which actually does that. There were a lot of rights brought in Islam 1400 years ago, such as property rights. Women were no longer seen as belonging to the husband, so they wouldn't keep the last name. Islam actually flourished in the golden age, where philosophy, medicine, and science, they really took off. And this was by religious Muslims. They didn't abandon their religion, they sort of embraced it, and they also embraced philosophy. And I think what we're sort of in danger of doing is painting all Muslims with a sort of a broad brush and categorizing them into something that they're not.
Real quick, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you one question, though. I agree with you, because that becomes tempting. It's really easy to do that. Are you a Muslim yourself?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I kind of felt maybe you were, just by the way you were going with the conversation, but I do know that there's definitely a time where science was really booming in the Muslim world, for sure. And then, of course, there was a collapse there. But yes, sorry I had to interrupt just to ask, because it sounded like you may have been, and that's why I was asking, because I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I am Muslim, if I didn't make that clear. And I do think that we need to have a more reasonable approach to Islam. I think we need to have a reason-based approach to Islam, where we actually look at the history and look at the sort of manuscript and so on. I'll just mention, if it would be possible to get a scholar called Mufti Abu Layth, who is an academic, and he does sort of engage in these sort of topics. And I think he's one of the few Muslims who sort of know enough about Islamic history and beliefs in order to sort of have a good dialogue. That will be all. Thank you for having me.
Email me. Yes, email me, the historian. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Vicky, what do you have to say? And please email me, by the way.
Yeah. Hi again, everybody, and thanks for the time tonight. I really do appreciate it, and it is a bit of a passionate topic of mine, all of this. And I do agree with some of what the historian said. You know, I did find meritorious elements of philosophy in the Quran. Otherwise, you know, I wouldn't have taken my Shahada 22 years ago. But I think what Nathan said is really, really important, and I can't really add much more to it in terms of the fact that, you know, epistemologically, can we actually look at Islam as a solid foundation for how we act in the 21st century? And I think that some of the problems we've identified with Hadith, confused interpretations of Hadith, this sort of pick and mix idea of theology is a real problem for Islam in today's day and age. And whilst the historian does sort of talk about, you know, sort of saying that the Hadith can be undermined, too many Muslims will still argue that they are required as part of the tenets of Islam, and that's something that's not going to go away very quickly. In terms of epistemological naivety, I would also add that part of the problem for many people, not just in Islam but Christianity, Judaism, and most other faiths, is that they get drawn into these quite high-level logical arguments about essential beings, these sort of ontological philosophical ideas of, was there an original creator, original source? And of course, those conversations aren't easily falsifiable. So then what happens is people get persuaded by the idea that there might be an essential being, that there might be a creator. And then all of a sudden they jump to a particular religious narrative, be it Islam or Christianity. And that's where the in-depth research goes astray. And I can hold my hand up and say that I was perhaps guilty of that myself. And it's only time and dedication that would then lead you down that route of being able to unearth a lot of the problems that the apostate imam or myself or the historian have really picked up on tonight. So I think for me that there is also a general problem in today's society. And whilst, you know, the internet's a double-edged sword, you know, you've got experts, but also everybody's an expert, and it's democratized expertise so that everyone's got an idea now that they can find the truth through, you know, enough YouTube videos that they watch. And there is a real lack of critical thinking and rigor in the way that people actually analyse information that they're being presented with. So I do think that that's something that, whilst the internet has given us a great launching pad to have discussions as tonight, and actually as an ex-Muslim, you know, if I was to live in a Middle Eastern country, what the apostate imam said, you know, to propagate many of these ideas about Islamic history or the lack of validity, you know, they are dangerous things to say if you're in the wrong societies or the wrong environment. So the internet has really given us a really good opportunity there, but it also needs to be tempered with a proper approach to critical thinking, where we can actually start to assess the information that's been thrown at us. So you know, I'd love to continue this conversation, and I'll certainly be emailing you, Derek, and hopefully engaging with you guys again. And I think that a lot of what apostate imam was saying, whilst it's quite meaty, around the Islamic geography is worth a podcast in its own right, because it does really give some extra information about where the historicity of Islam has fallen down, not only within the Islamic community, but just in general people's understanding. And we don't want to generalize Muslims. This is my last point. I have to say this with Muslim family, with Muslim friends. You know, most of the Muslims that I know, they're not aware, they're not interested at all in any of these excessively aggressive statements in the Hadith. They don't follow them, they're not aware of them. And it really is a very small minority. And just as we wouldn't say that all Christians were Ku Klux Klan, or all all Jews are Zionistic sort of Jews, you know, we mustn't do the same with Muslims, and we mustn't sort of have this very heavy emphasis that the media's got on the Taliban at the moment as another way of beating Islam, as any worse than any other narrative that exists at the moment, be it extremists, political ideas, and you mentioned even atheists, Nathan, can have problems in the way that they practice their atheism, if that's a bit of a controversial thing to say. So that's it really, and hopefully I'll speak to you all again, guys. Thanks very much.
That was really well said, and I agree with everything that you said. I personally, I find at the point where I'm at, and I'm going to pass this on to Jacob here to have him say his final words if he'd like. He didn't say anything during, but it's my good friend here. I would love to see a world where we weren't stuck in these religions, even though that doesn't mean that there aren't great people. I mean, I have friends, like 3 months ago, I helped rehabilitate a guy in my house who's a Muslim. Now, he wasn't practicing, his parents were practicing, but he was raised in a Muslim household, and I was helping him out. Like, I'm a human for humans, period, no matter what you believe. But I don't think it's necessary. I think if we came to understand that those aren't necessities, these particular religious systems, as you found yourself today, I'm sure, Vicky, even though you are in some way a theist, I suspect, you're definitely not saying I have to be a Muslim, like, in order to have peace, to have a life that I love.
Absolutely.
So yeah, thank you. Please message me, by the way. Jacob Berman, you are up, my friend, if you have something to say. And before he says anything, go subscribe to Digital Gnosis and Apostate Imam's YouTube channels. They're on YouTube. Please, if you will, guys, comment them down in the chat here so that everybody could see your YouTube link, and make sure that that's there so they can come subscribe. I will be interviewing Apostate Imam. Jacob, did you have something you would like to say, my friend?
Yeah, I suppose so, because as you know, I've been looking into polytheism in the Quran. It's a very controversial subject there, particularly in Surah Ali Imran, chapter 3, verse 180. It talks about Allah having an inheritance, an al-warith, an inheritance. And it reminded me of Deuteronomy 32, verses 8 to 9, in which the Jewish God, and there's been a lot of scholarship on this, the Jewish God, Yahweh, receives Israel as an inheritance from El, God. And it seems like whoever wrote that there in the Quran, in that section at least, seems to have been looking at Deuteronomy and trying to apply that thought to the Quran. And then there's also been some discussions on why does it often say, when Allah often says, we did this, we did that. Like, it seems to imply some sort of plurality, kind of like how Elohim in the Old Testament does. When God says that we created Adam and Eve, we did this together, we did that together. Elohim means God. It's a plural expression of El the singular, which just means God. And it sounds like what's happening there in that instance in the Quran. It's like, okay, it's like in that one instance, it's kind of hard to say was that person absolutely thinking like a monotheist, like in every other part of it is, or are these instances where some sort of pre-Islamic polytheism was kind of leaking into the text before they had a complete doctrine set up? It's like, okay, this is how we should interpret it.
That's an interesting question. Yeah. And the other thing is it that, or is it that they're borrowing from the other literary sources like Genesis and places, and then by them borrowing it, not realizing even in those other sources That's one of the problems critical scholarship looks at. Goes, yeah, this seems like Yahweh had a dad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we got a problem here. Allah, you shouldn't be getting an inheritance because you should be the supreme. No one should be giving you an inheritance. But I don't know how I say this because I don't know how they would go about explaining this because, well, you don't know Arabic, and in Arabic that may not be what it means. Or there's always some type of apologetic probably, but maybe they're right. I don't know.
They say that there's similar apologetics for the Old Testament. They'll say, no, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean inheritance. When many scholars will say, yes, it does say inheritance.
Yeah.
And it's largely accepted in scholarship that Yahweh was originally a Canaanite god. That was the son of El. A lot of scholars have looked into this, like Mark S. Smith and many others that have written books about El being the supreme god of pre-monotheistic Israel originally, and then after the captivities, Yahweh was put in its place as the highest god. And conveniently, they would synchronize him with El. They would call him Yahweh Elyon, or the Lord the Most High, or Adonai Elyon, the Lord is the Most High. They would have expressions like that. That is also similar to the expressions in the Quran when they try to make Allah the supreme God. It's like, okay, let's conveniently forget about the inheritance, because what doesn't make any sense is, how can he inherit any land on earth if he created the whole earth? That doesn't make any sense. Kind of like in the Old Testament when Yahweh inherits a piece of land on earth when he's supposed to have created the whole planet. But wait a minute, he has a father called El. And then there's also a lot of scholarship on Genesis. When you look at the Genesis 1, Yahweh never shows up in there. He only shows up in Genesis 2. And in Genesis 1, El creates everything. Then he goes to bed on the Sabbath, the seventh day. And then after that happens, then Yahweh shows up and then he creates Adam and Eve in the garden. It's like, wait a minute, did we just shift from one God to the other? And then later in the story tries to say, well, Yahweh the Most High trying to fix that little problem there. I'm like, oh, okay, so that's a convenient way of trying to say the God of the earlier creation account is the God of the second creation account.
Do me a favor, Jacob, too. Message me these particular Quranic places that you're talking about, so I can actually look at them myself and then do some research. You also have a YouTube channel. Do a plug. Yeah,
it's called History Valley. You can just look up Jacob Berman History Valley on YouTube. It should show up. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Well, we'll be working again together in the future, and I appreciate everyone here. Yeah. Seriously, you guys rock. Please go be in peace and love one another, and that kind of stuff. Especially as crazy as the world is these days. Don't forget to message me, Vicky, and I've got you on Twitter, Apostate, and I look forward to doing this again. I hope that this has been educational. If you guys are interested in helping us out, this is my final plug for me. I've got hundreds of videos that I have never let the light of day on YouTube be seen here on my Patreon. Okay. I have 16 videos that I need to edit or so, something approximately, with Dr. Josh, where I actually went in person, asked a lot of my Patreon members questions. So if you become a Patreon member, you can ask questions, you can message me and stuff. When I go to see certain scholars, I will try to get your question recorded on camera. It's a little special thing we do here at MythVision. And you can help us support us. It's as little as $3 a month. If you want to do that, you can always bump it up if you really want to go to heaven. But if you don't want to go to heaven, I'm not going to stop you. I'm just kidding. Seriously though, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nathan, Apostate, Vicky, Jacob. I really do appreciate it. And have a good day.
Thank you, brother. Hell signs.
You too, Mom. I was going to let you go ahead and take us out here, my friend.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. I guess we'll go ahead and blaspheme once again and check out what the gods have in store for MythVision. And don't forget, we are MythVision.